Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another straight rippin' pro scrim night. It's a straight rip is literally turning Tuesdays into like the new Fridays. I actually look forward to these every single week. Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Cast, and this handsome young man next to me is my man Elamite. How you feeling today, Kyle?
Most excellent, Tony. I couldn't agree more. Talk about a night to look forward to. It's one of the only days that keeps my week in check at this point right now. It helps me keep in line with time, essentially, and a day to look forward to, of course.
Well, you be waking up pretty early. I feel like you have a somewhat of a schedule going on. I'll be watching the streams all day, every day. You already know. And some other players that probably be watching the stream are probably some players that are going to be in our lobby here today. Because actually, we have some players that are always doing their studying and have stuck it out through thick and thin. I'm talking the Uzi and Zuzi twins on one side of things for the Legion Gaming, and then keep in mind we have Ascending Base on the other side of things, and who else to be ultra prepared than a Ryan Noob led roster. I cannot wait for this scrim because this is going to tell us a lot. Mind you guys, I mean, DreamHack Atlanta is literally right around the corner. What are we, like 9-10 days away at this point? It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Birmingham just happened. Of course, we had a few online scrims, but a lot of new teams entering the mix here as we're getting ready for Atlanta. And of course, these two teams as well are probably the most dark horse teams, I think, that we've got. Teams that are definitely capable of really making an upset. Teams that have already, made big upsets, but haven't maybe gone as far in the bracket as they may have liked. So this is definitely a big scrim to determine, I think, who may be the one to really push ahead and make an impact. And I still think top four is up for grabs with how the brackets have played out, how these teams have progressed. how the rosters have settled here. Both of these teams, I think, could make big runs late into Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for two teams that can possibly shake up the top four, it won't be easy, but I will say look no further than Legion Gaming and Ascending Baseline. They are the real deal. And in fact, I think if you are not a believer already, probably by the end of the scrim, you're probably going to be quickly a believer, especially for those that are a little bit more of a casual watcher and maybe don't recognize some of the names that are in this lobby. And speaking of not recognizing things, in case you don't recognize what we do here, it's every week, baby, straight ripping pro scrims. I mean, these teams are already planning on getting practice and already planning on scrimming. And so, we just kind of hop in the lobby, straight ripping comes in and throws a little bit of a reward for whoever technically, I guess, quote unquote, wins the scrim, even though we don't usually associate winning and scrimming, but put a little money on the line and it makes everybody try just that much harder, I'm sure. And that's what we do. Just come in, give you guys a show. They're actually nice enough to allow us to observe their actual practice so we can put on a show for you guys while we cast it. And I feel like everybody wins. Halo needs more content, and I have no idea what's the next iteration, what's the next multiplayer, but I think this is where us on a grassroots level, we really lay a foundation of excellence and really kind of show a path of what we need to be doing for the future. So by the time that next Halo multiplayer comes out, we're already well practiced. We've been doing this week after week after week, so we'll be truly ready for it.
And you say there's not, we're just hopping in and, there's not too much on the line, just make it interesting, but there's actually so much on the line. One, it's a winner-take-all scenario, so you better bring your A game if you want to get in here. On top of that, talk about boring is just going into another scrim over and over and over again, trying to fill time while you wait for the LAN. Whenever there's a tournament that pops up, especially one where you get an instant transport to the grand finals, which is essentially what this is, just immediate grand finals between two teams. And if anything, it's really exciting too, because I don't know if you've ever watched some of the other formats. We had something called King of the Hill back in ESL, and it was a fighting game format where players will fight, instead of a best of 3 or best of 5, they do best of 11s, and it was a crazy epic mind game to a further extent, and it was actually super popular as well. And me, not even being from the community, loved like watching and being involved on the project as well. So I think it kind of is in line with that more so than anything else. It's like a scrim. It's like a best of 3 or best of 5, but actually more intense than that. Like, talk about a reverse sweep opportunity, when you're down 5-0 or something, which, could exist as well. So I think it's definitely cool. Also, the introduction we've seen of some of these teams starting to incorporate game type selection as well. I think we're not forcing it on anybody, but if they want to, participate like that as well. I know we've had a lot of conversations around Team Slayers that we may see in this scrim as well. So, there's cool factors, kind of like a little cash grab, which, we'll see where the name ultimately falls, but I think it's a really cool, unique opportunity. This is going to be the best practice these teams can get, right? Because you want to play on the online cups regardless, because it's great practice. And this is like a mini cup, is how I look at it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already planning on practicing, why not put a little money on the line? Why not put some stakes on it? And like Hal said, it really is winner takes all. So we're gonna see the best of the best out of both of these squads. And again, we'll talk about Ascending Baseline and Legion Gaming. On one side of things, you got Legion Gaming, I guess captained by the twins, who coming over from Fortnite, actually way back in the day. Very good Fortnite players eventually find their way over towards Halo, and where people take kind of like the formal route of things, where he kind of talked about how, using one team to kind of get to show what you can do and kind of get your next opportunity and keep climbing that ladder of success until you get on the top team. Uzi and Zuzi have really took an almost opposite approach to that. And have talked about how they want two teammates, they grab them and they practice and they just grind, and they're not trying to switch out players left and right. They're like, no, if we run into a problem, we find a weakness, we're going to turn it into a strength. We're going to do VOD. We're going to develop our playbook. We're going to continue to get better and better, to the point where Uzi and Zuzi have always had some of the longest tenured teams, and it really has worked out for them. In the past, I remember Dark Matter and the boys. That was a squad until Dark Matter and Ty's Reverb decided to retire, and now he found himself on his Legion Gaming roster, and again, a long time roster. On the other side of things, a little bit of Suspector, a little bit of Rhino back from the season 1 E United days. I'm not mad at that. I think, what did they get? Was it second? Either second place or I think their highest place might have been second place.
Suspector was on that team. Yeah.
I believe so. Ryan knew Suspector, yeah, exact, something like that, and two players that really do complement each other really well. We actually even saw that a little bit in twos last weekend, where they kind of think alike. They're very patient. They're very able to identify timing and opportunities of when to strike, and I like them together. I'm happy they're right back together with Super CC was back in the day was on Fnatic back in season 1. If you guys remember that, wow. Testing my knowledge here a little bit. Ascending Baseline and Legion Gaming will be going at it. Meanwhile, I believe that starts at 7 p.m. if I remember correctly. So, are we hopping into a little bit of twos? Actually, what's on? I gotta open up my agenda here today. I gotta open up my agenda.
The Special Tree 2s is what we're looking at until the official start of the scrim. Now, speaking of that team as well, tapping buttons, he also found himself in the top 4 with the, what is it?
Evil Geniuses? Falcated in them?
Well, that's back in like Halo 5.
Sorry. Native Gaming. Native White with Mick Wynn. Sorry.
Yeah, so exactly, with Barcode and everybody, they being the highest placing international team at that time. So there's 3 players in here that have been in the top 4 in grand finals at times. So with Super CC as well, a team that, like we said, very dark horse fashion, and then Legion Gaming, a team that their team that's never had to go through those late night, we've got one day to figure out a new roster before we sign up on the tournament kind of scenarios. So they definitely, like you said, rely on building chemistry, and that's what they appreciate. One of the things they value the most.
Yeah, and mind you, Chris Common, I feel like that's a player that I feel like we haven't really given a lot of, or maybe enough credit to, because I've seen a lot of rosters that bring Chris Common onto the roster, and he has a very specific way of gelling, the way he views the game. He takes VOD very seriously, takes practice very seriously, and so many players that I've talked to who have teamed with Common say that he's a great leader. They really taught them how to play Halo the proper way, and really have taken a lot of the things that he's taught them, and even when they ultimately go to different squads, they bring that to their new roster. So, I want to give Common enough credit, because I feel like he's been around the block a few times. You guys might remember him a part of that G1 roster at one point in time back in season 1, season 2, I think it was, with alongside Name and Swish. If you guys remember, I was like Oxygen Esports season 1 that eventually he might have been on G1 as well. But Common has been around the block a few times, and I feel like that's one of the players that we kind of never talk about, especially when we talk about Legion Gaming, because come on, there's Twins. Twins have just been legendary across Halo for years. We got to talk about Twins.
Yeah, they definitely had some highlight reels when you see any kind of these clips played together at the end of the game, especially with the snipes. The confidence that they play with, I think, is definitely something to appreciate as well, because you don't always see that. And it's a team where they know how each other are going to play. Part of that being how long they've been together for, and how they want to approach these situations. So, they had a really close qualifier as well, and to see what they're going to be able to do here is pretty cool. And like we said, this is such better. I truly believe it's such better practice than just like a regular scrim too, because if you do incorporate things like the Slayers or any kind of money on the line, there are lots of scrims. There's the money 8s aspects that normally come together after scrims in many cases, and then there's lots of scrims where people will have money on the line or bet per game and things like that, because it makes the games much more intense, than an average kind of ranked game. So it is cool to see that coming together and have these two of the teams that maybe aren't in the grand finals most of the times, have that opportunity for that extra practice and all the value from it.
And also, we're loading into our, what did you call it, the treat 2v2s? A little bonus while we wait for our feature matchup to get ready. And by the way, can I give a shout out to production, to Ducky and Small and the crew, because they actually prepared a nice little document for us. And when I'm looking, I'm like, okay, I know a little bit of this, I know that, I know that. But scrolling down, actually, I found something very interesting. A DreamHack Atlanta qualifier, which honestly wasn't that long ago, Ascending Baseline win a 3-2 matchup over Legion Gaming in the upper bracket round number 1. Round number 1, they matched up, go to game number 5, Ascending Baseline get the win there. Ascending Baseline would then go to finish top 6 at that tournament, and Legion Gaming would go on to finish top 12. So we know these two were tightly contested when they're ultimately going up against each other in that game number 5, and ultimately that matchup could have been the decider. Maybe if Legion Gaming win that, maybe they're the ones who finish top 6 as opposed to Ascending Baseline. So big shout out to production for preparing us and whatnot, and I guess and at the same time maybe a negative shout out for me for not knowing that and not doing my job. Sorry.
Well, on top of that point, Tony, it was Legion that was up 2-1 in the series before it went all the way to that game 5. You know, so with a 4-3 win for Ascending Baseline in game 4. But like we said, back into this is another. I'm not sure if Uzi and Zuzi played in the FaZe qualifier 2v2, but
They did.
They did. Okay.
So, a funny thing about that. So, at the end of 3 qualifiers, top 8 make it to the LAN. Uzi and Zuzi finished 1 placing behind. They finished top 12. So, they'll have to overperform a bit or hope that somebody else underperforms if they keep that same energy. But, like, literally, they're 1 placing away. 1 placing away from being in the top 8 and being that discussion. You still got to keep it about 3 qualifiers.
Well, I mean, speaking of which, same. Well, I guess not quite as bad for the qualifier for Atlanta on that travel scenario, but yeah, you definitely need to find yourself in there, and they're gonna have to step it up if they want to find themselves in that qualifier contention. But as we look at this game, they're definitely starting off really well. They had that sniper to start. They got a couple early kills, maintained a lead. Camo's eliminated from the map. I'm feeling pretty good so far.
Yeah, speaking of that, Suspector and Ryan also played in that tournament, and I believe they actually finished, I want to say top 6, actually, so some very good practice for Legion Gaming, although Ryan Noob actually isn't with Suspector here still. This is a matchup that you may expect to run into deep within that qualifier. So far, not only preparing for the 4v4s, which obviously is going down to DreamHack Atlanta, but also preparing for that doubles in Dallas $12,000 event. Shout out to FaZe for hosting that 8-7 lead in favor of Legion Gaming. However, Zuzi the first one to go down. Uzi gonna have to hold off the reinforcements.
Yeah, Camo in 10. And Tony, who would have thought we'd have this much Halo content, you know, at this point, heading into this? I mean, it almost seems like there's more than last year.
It actually is insane. I mean, when you think about, you know, it was a little bit of a lull between Birmingham and Atlanta, but then everything's coming at us like a BR and burst. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like you know, DreamHack Atlanta, boom. Okay, that's one thing. Okay, next month after that you have the doubles in Dallas. Whoa, Pro League starting. What the freak? Like eventually a Halo Fest. You're like, whoa, is this not an HCS season? Because it kind of feels HCS-ish, even though obviously 2v2s on LAN isn't the norm, but I'm still excited about it. 2v2 gameplay is amazing, and we're seeing that right here, right now. Suspector 7-3, and whoo, you better watch your head, twins. You don't want Suspector to find one of them. You might quickly them.
You know what we need, Tony? We need HCS to come back with some 2s as well. Just go ahead and bring back FFA 2s and get everything back in it.
FFA for points? FFA for seeding?
Just anything. Just bring it all back.
I have a theory that I feel like in this, so I think Halo 5 2s to me would be unbeaten because of the movement, even though I think Halo Infinite 2s is very good. I think Halo 5 2 is just on another level because of like the thrust slide and how fast you can cover ground. I have a theory that in Halo Infinite, I think 3v3 objective gameplay could be really, really something to explore. Nobody wants to try it. I don't know why, but I feel like with the lack of being able to cover ground like Halo 5, that extra body and then throw an objective in there, but I'll save that for another day.
Well, I mean, there were teams playing 3v3s in kind of like, I shouldn't say teams, but players doing the 3v3s for a while. I think just mostly Slayers. But it was definitely popular for the time being in 2024, I want to say. You'd see them doing a lot of kind of like money match scenarios there. I think, Tony, with some of these events, though, and speaking of 2v2s and FFA and Halo Fest, I mean, it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, Reach, 5, Infinite, and then all of everything. in like a 7-day event.
Oh, get me in a Halo 4 event, bro. Ooh, that'd be kind of crazy. A 7-day event and a celebration of Halo's history and that's how you sell it. Like it's like that's kind of what Halo Fest I'm sure it's supposed to be about too. Like is like
Just
you
a
a
giant land.
That actually sounds sick. Yeah, you're kind of cooking today, Kyle. Okay, Chef Elamite in the freaking building. Legion Gaming kind of cooking as well, 20-15, and Uzi himself, 12-6. 4 assists. The game's not even over, and he's putting up MVP stats already.
Yeah, big numbers. You can tell the Twins definitely very comfortable playing together. Of course, this is game 1. Teams are getting warmed up. Definitely the biggest focus being here on 4v4, but we do have Sniper getting ready to spawn with QT. 20-second zone. Only 5 kills left for Legion Gaming. Well, I guess we do have it set on 50, so I wonder if they're ending it at 25, though. Or just going the distance.
Yeah, definitely at 25. And I will say Spectre and Super CC kind of really stepping it up in the clutch here. I feel like they were down by quite a bit, but now clawed their way back into it in striking distance, one squad wipe away from tying things up. When it felt like Legion Gaming really had a comfortable lead on them. And in fact, Super CC follows up and taking out Uzi, and a trade goes down, making it just a 1-kill game.
Yeah, you blink and you might miss it, but Spectre should find that sniper rifle. He does, and with a lot of ammo to work with here. No diminished ammo in this setting, so got to be scary. Control of this weapon is going to matter all the way, but Uzi and the collapse comes in. They weren't expecting a double push top middle by both of them simultaneously, and that sniper, only 1 shot taken, not able to find anything with it, and Legion is looking to close this one out.
I don't know how he got backsmacked. He must have repulsed from like bottom mid to the vent or something to that backsmack. Meanwhile, Uzi, fresh off the backsmack, that's how you put an exclamation point on that game number 1. Repulse into the backsmack, grab the sniper, and then 2-piece them up. Legion Gaming. Woo!
That was actually disgusting. First shot was nice. Second one was unbelievable. Just barely caught the top of his head as he's dropping, with an emphasis on the ending there. A nice game 1 here. You can tell they're definitely feeling themselves here as we get ready to head into the 4v4 action.
You know it must have been a good play when even Ryan Noob comes in the chat and shows some respect to it. Mind you, Ryan Noob is on the setting baseline, but even he had to look at that and say, yeah, you got to show him some love after that one. Like, hey, I don't care who you are. If you don't like that, you don't like Halo esports, because that was just beautiful. I'm sure Ryan Noob plans hitting some 6 snipes like that when the actual 4v4 scrim starts as we go into another game here. And guys, again, big shout out to the competitors. Not only are you guys allowing us into your lobbies to spectate, put a little money on the line and put on a show for everybody, but even willing to like do a little 2v2 warm up to kind of get everybody going, make sure everybody gets their drops. I think drops going to be activated here very soon as well. So just again, thank you guys for the competitors for allowing us to do that. STR8 RIPPIN already doing a fantastic job putting money in the pockets, but honestly, the players don't have to do this. So definitely want to give them some love. Make sure you guys follow them on socials, on Twitch if they're streaming and whatnot. Make sure you show some love because they're doing the same for us.
Yeah, as we get into this game number 2, Super CC gets away with camo and shock here. You could tell they knew where he was, but they just weren't able to find that damage. Super CC was very slippery, got away with those. He picked himself up a kill. We have an early lead, but the game's slowing down drastically. Legion Gaming, they're trying to wait out this camo, but we'll see what Super CC can do with this here.
Super CC starting off 2-0 right now here, and but 2 members of Legion Gaming over toward the back blue. And obviously with camo and shock, you notice a huge advantage, but you also don't want to get lackadaisical with it and find yourself in a bad position, not an advantageous one. As he's down to 1 shot, and so is the Spectre. The insta-explodes go down to maybe deny access from the tower side over toward the blue side, and now head glitching to trying to keep them out. And notice how comfortable and how patient both of these teams are playing, really showing respect to the opposition by not wanting to make any mistakes possible.
Yeah, neither team willing to give up any free kills, playing every angle, every wall, every pillar just about perfectly here from both squads until Super CC finds his opening pick. It's a lead here as Uzi's forced to try to run away and unable to do so. Quick double kill now for Super CC, and they should be pretty aware and able to force the spawns long haul.
Hey, Jason, you don't want to play any of the 2v2s? Like, I mean, you're doing damn good. 4-0 start. Actually having all kills for his team in the early game here with a 3-kill advantage. And as he finds his way out of the tower side, doubles right back over towards his teammate. Suspector doesn't want to be by himself, and then providing some reinforcements to clean up that kill. And that is just beautiful target prioritization. Get out of one fight, help your teammate with another, and now to double back. If he gets... Bro, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was a great trade by Super CC. He found himself losing that fight with Camo coming up. Wasn't sure if that player was going to challenge him, but he gets the extra shot off before he jumps, and rather than risking dying, he picks up a guaranteed trade. Definitely a great heads-up play by Super CC to get 6 kills, 3 wipes here now on Legion.
Yeah, when he like jumped up and landed like that, I'm like, what is he going for? Then he clambers, and that just throws off the timing completely. Like, not many people are gonna think of a play like that, but it definitely worked. Or at least got them the trade there. Uzi getting a big couple of kills his way, and Super CC still putting on a reign of terror, 6-2 at the moment. Actually outslaying Legion Gaming by himself.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play here to start this one out. Uzi in a battle, doing his best to wall peek. Super CC not able to find the kill, waiting for his teammates' help. These players, they're definitely playing extremely well together. You can see neither team over peaking more than they can. Teammates always in position to try to kind of shoulder each other. Finally, that kill does come in, and with the collapse, Uzi's found himself in a tough spot. Grabs the first kill as it looks like Super CC took the wrong turn, but ultimately does come away with the kill once again.
Super CC,
Oh
Uzi, Zuzi battling out, and man, when we talk about being in flow state, when it feels like the thumbs just kind of move on instinct, you know, Super CC is definitely feeling it right now. I mean, everything is working out for him, almost like Ultra Instinct Goku, as he goes down for just the 3rd time this game. And again, this is someone I don't even think even signed up for the 2v2 tournament at all. Like, brother, we need you in it.
Yeah, it's just an absolute great start. Almost frenzy worthy, but you know, picked up a couple deaths along the way. However, Zuzi now will find himself the shock rifle, able to escape the gold pipes. Gets the grapple as well. We'll see how aggressive he's going to look to play with this. It's been, like we said, so passive to start, but now we're starting to see some more aggressive plays come in.
That was his way out with the shock rifle, and somehow ends up over toward the A side, but not going down with Spectre, who kind of was ready for the push. A great job using cover and using that movement as he lines up Super CC, gives him a haircut for the first shot, then takes him down for the second, and not done just yet. Saw what Super CC could do on the map, and Zuzi said, I want y'all to start talking about me a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like he wasn't too happy with how the pace of the game was going, and they like to play at a faster pace than what we were seeing to start this one off. Camo does come up. Looks like he will be able to escape with that. Spectre throws a grenade. Solid grenade, but not enough to give him enough damage to challenge, so he's got to back off wisely here. We'll see how they like to play this. Are they going to, you know, we've seen them play together so much to start this one off. A lot of Camo time to work with here. Ryanoob, though, not Ryan in this game yet, but it's Spectre and CC as they start opening up this fight. They spot him out and hit the challenge. I was going to say, just kind of like how Ryanoob does with the squad in the 4s here, always electing to hit some of these angles and just overwhelm side of the map. But great job now to take out that Camo from play.
Yeah, I like the way Zuzi decide to play when they're trying to find information on the map. You notice when they're trying to find information on the map, lots of times they move together, and it will really count on their bait and switch and really be on top of each other a lot. But once they know where the opposition is, that's when they command space. That's when they take space, widen their influence on the map, try to trap their opponents, attack them from both sides. It's a very, very smart way to play twos. Information gathering, and then once you know where your opponent is, you trap them all day long.
Super CC comes off respawn here towards long haul, gets some early damage on, but not enough to finish off Uzi. Suspector, he's yet to find himself a kill in this game. He does have 7 assists in Super CC. Yet to find an assist, obviously, as well, as that wouldn't be possible. But as this game or this engagement starts off, it's an early, quick lead advantage. I was going to say for sending baseline, but as it gets traded out, both players in a hunting type scenario. But I like this. Get that shock rifle, use the grapple, get away from the enemy as quickly as possible, reset the map here. You can see Legion Gaming with a 3-kill lead is starting to play aggressive again.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Kyle. I'm making a new rule in this in pro scrims, our watch parties. This will be a new rule. If you somehow win a game while goosing, you win the whole scrim. That's it. You go home with the prize for automatic. If ascending baseline somehow win this 2v2 with Super CC dropping all the kills and Suspector dropping 25 assists, I am giving them the prize. Oh, that's almost rip the dream. Rip the dream.
Yeah, there you go, Tony. You were talking about it too much, and you ruined it. Congratulations. And as we see, though, Super CC might not get all the kills, but he could still have 24 of them, Tony, and that would be a lot, and something I've also probably don't think I've ever seen before either. As he's got the shock rifle, he's got camo. Could look to close this game out.
It's a big combination in the hands of Super CC, but so far we actually have seen Suspector and Super CC willing to slow the game down, even with an advantage like this, while Zeusy just jiggle peeking his way, just dancing in the doorway. And now maybe getting a little bit isolated. They know he's over toward the tower side, and the pings are going down, trying to get Suspector activated on that player. And eventually, I believe Suspector is able to take down Zeusy. A momentary 1v1. And look how confident Uzi is going in for what you thought was a direct attack. Goes a bit of an interesting route, but Suspector, he ain't getting confused by those games.
Yeah, and while he didn't have a kill for the first, half of the game, he's got 3 since then. And it's not how you start, Tony, but how you finish. And now, for the first time, we're seeing Ascending Baseline take the lead in this game. New shock rifle getting ready to spawn. Nice plasma pistol to work with here. Uzi grabbed himself 1 kill. The battle comes in, no trade, and with shock up, and now Ascending Baseline is going to find themselves in a tough spot.
Suzy currently right now with the shock in the hands, and definitely one of the players, one of the more exciting players with any kind of sniper. We've seen some of the plays that they would go for, 360 no scopes and whatnot, absolutely crazy with, and apparently so is Uzi, able to take down Super CC and just avoiding him with some excellent movement and grapple play as well. Suspector eventually forced to retreat. He just couldn't predict the movements of Uzi there, who are already up by 2 kills. The twins looking for the final 3, but as I say that, they do end up going 1 down. Zuzi ends up equalizing the situation. A beautiful headshot goes in for the second, and Super CC takes him down, but Uzi off of spawn gets the kill. It's an absolute trade fest, but that's working in favor of Legion Gaming.
I thought we were going to see a repeat of game 1, Tony. Not with sniper, with shock rifle this time. The second shot doesn't connect as a headshot, but gets enough damage that allows his teammate to clean up that kill. With only 1 left to go here, Ascending Baseline cannot risk anything. Unfortunately for them now, without the information, they're forced to rotate, giving Legion Gaming an opportunity to secure this camo. And now they find themselves having to just run around the map and try to buy time, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Great nade play, fantastic job for forcing the issue by Uzi, but even better defense and rotation out of both Suspector and Super CC. But while they're trying to rotate, it's somehow Zuzi and Legion Gaming that are able to predict it, cut them off, and steal a kill before they get into position. Man, incredible gameplay on both sides, honestly, but it is Legion Gaming and the twins' mind reading abilities that end up getting the 2-0 series lead so far.
Yeah, you could tell it was a little kind of a mind game battle going on, not knowing where that camo player exactly was. Super CC and Suspector were trying to find a player out of position, try to secure a kill, make sure they can keep the opponent guessing. But Uzi and Uzi, they played the slow game. They just sat batteries, played for information, and once they saw the 2 players double cross through Turbine, it was just free pickings at that point. They kind of assumed that somebody had pushed into gold. Basically, is what they're probably thinking is, and they're trying to push out immediately, find a new angle. But the counter to that, of course, was double sitting batteries and getting a ton of free damage out. It might look different in a 4 scenario where you can kind of force that, but only 1 kill left to go. They found themselves in a hard spot and just kind of rolled the dice. Didn't work out for them. But two great games, to open this up here for Uzi and Yuzi to start, and maybe foreshadowing what could come in the scrim.
Yeah, it's one of the big time advantages ultimately playing 2v2s over 4v4s is that you have a much more of the map to play through because ultimately not that much ground can be covered as if in fours where you can probably watch every single angle. You're not probably not going to get away with being able to cut off going through batteries through the middle without getting shot by somebody who spawns C plat or somebody's in top tower. But in twos, it works out perfectly for them. And so far, 2-0 series lead here by Legion Gaming. They were the ones who ended up losing out in that game number 5 against Ascending Baseline the last time these two teams matched up in the fours, mind you. But so far, the two is looking very good, and we'll see if this kind of warm up really works well for them when we actually start our scrim. Again, guys, we're only doing 2v2s for now at 7 p.m. Eastern, less than 30 minutes. We should be starting our fours portion of this, and it's going to be an exciting one. Ascending Baseline and Legion Gaming will be going at it. Just instead of twos, it'll be their full rosters.
Yeah, quick little warm up game for some of these players. I'm sure some of the other guys are already in ranked, and could have other twos going on. Octagons are very common in this portion. You definitely see shooting bots, different scenarios. A lot of players come into these things very prepared. Generally, when any of these scrims go, you'll have some people showing up maybe a few minutes late, not warming up much as they should. Have a warm up game here or there to start, but obviously these guys are locked in and ready to go. And you can see that in these 2v2s.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like last shot in cycle ish with the way that they grind the game, man. Like they will put in the hours upon hours. Like if I try to put a full 8-hour session and my hands are cramping up and whatnot, fingers ain't working the way they used to. I done complained about dying 50,000 times, blaming the ping and everything, but. No, honestly, the Uzi and Zuzi, they are grinders, and you'll see that a lot with their streams, their scrims, and whatnot. Like, they're willing to put in the work, and you gotta respect it.
Ooh, now we got this game starting off. Suspector doing everything he can to try to escape with this camo, but he gets hunted down and taken out. So better opening start here for Legion as they find themselves both kills and shock rifle now in their hands. Camo eliminated from the map.
Tied up into a piece early on while Zuzi goes right through the middle. Suspect's gonna find out the hard way that Zuzi is willing to go high risk, high reward. That includes mid-map, but so is Super CC. Right back at him over toward the flower side, leading to yet another 1v1. One that Super CC really doesn't want any part of. Denial grenades early, enough to allow Suspector to come off a spawn and for things to reset at 3 apiece.
When we see an engagement coming in here through top gold, trades come in. Thrust versus Bandit, double trades coming in. Super CC, he's got 4 to start this one, so picking up right where he left off last game. Now, as we see the opening respawn, if anyone can get this shock rifle before it resets, still got plenty of ammo to work with. Both players working on a collapse here into the yard, but it is Ascending Baseline who's able to snag that shock rifle and get away.
Early shot is going to connect on the body, not quite the head, and it's good enough for a trade as Zuzi and Super CC might just duke it out again. And man, talk about a GB grenade right there. Love to see that on the chasing.
Yeah, but now we got a 1 kill lead, just constant trades back and forth here so far. 12 shots, 1 full clip of shock to work with. Super CC, we've seen him put it to use so far, misses the first shot. New camo getting ready to spawn in 30. Both teams playing these scenarios very slowly, making sure they get all equipment, all power positions on the map. Neither one wanting to give up a camo here.
Super CC with the nade down, still has 2 thrusts to work with. Opposition actually deciding to go up over toward the top gold and does enough damage to force the Spectre away from the high side. The nade doesn't take down the Spectre, but it does force Super CC to chase him down. And while Zuzi goes in for the flank, Spectre and Super CC just dogpile onto Uzi. And now with Zuzi by himself, is able to take down one, which honestly is not the worst case scenario for them. But I will say Spectre and Super CC, fantastic job isolating Uzi. Uzi, even better job stealing camo?
Yeah, that was a really back and forth and mixy fight. And although Ascending Baseline got that early pick, when the late flank came in, it took them a long time to clean that up, with a player getting weak and another being traded out. Somehow Legion Gaming was able to escape with a new camo once again. It's Ascending Baseline, though, with still the lead, and as they grab that first pick, they need to be careful because shock camo is now in play.
A dangerous combination. Uzi gonna take it over toward the high side. That's exactly what you want your camouflage player to do, especially in twos. Bring that camo into a power position, bring it to a centralized position, and ultimately one and where you can get information, but also get activated at any point in time. But as that camouflage runs out, and trying to find out some more information, you know Suspector's already the forward player, you know Super CC is not too far behind him. Zuzi doesn't overcommit onto the first player, but Uzi does end up taking the high side, not quite able to find the headshot just yet, but this battle is not over. Suspector and Super CC are just simply rotating.
Yeah, we've seen that from them all of these games so far. It's how they want to play fours in many cases. You can see that play style showing here in the twos as well. But the collapse once again comes in, and with the power weapons and a lot of the equipment here to play with, you can see it. The lead now being diminished back to a tied game. Still with some shock to work with. They're able to force the spawns over here towards Snipe. They got to feel good about that. Great body shot. Does take a player to no shields. That's their opportunity to try to push, but you can see Ascending Baseline throwing as many nades as they can, trying to prevent that push, slow it down as much as possible. With some great grenades, they do in fact manage to slow it down, pick off another kill, and take back the lead here.
Yeah, you know Zuzi's not happy with being the first one to go down there, and because of that, Uzi kind of left by himself in a compromised position. Eventually, they're able to take down Uzi and now go on a bit of a 2-kill swing, which honestly, in this game, really feels like more than that, because it's been back and forward literally all game long. 14-12 lead. Suspector and Super CC still have control. Meanwhile, a little bit of map control for Uzi and Zuzi in first position to have eyes on camo.
Yeah, Suspector's found himself in a tough spot, trying to get away. No shields. The collapse coming in from Uzi top gold. He does get stuck, though. So once again, another trade, an attempt at another stick. But once again, Zuzi will find himself the kill, get away with camo. Still, though, a lot of time, a lot of kills to work with. No pressure yet in this scenario. We'll find ourselves another shock on the map here before too long.
Oh.
Nice shots, though.
Suspector, as someone kind of mentioned in the chat, much better game this time as far as in the kills department than compared to that game number 2. 11-8 is exactly where you want to see Suspector holding on to a 2-kill advantage. And with Shock about to come up, willing to get the melee onto Uzi if it means that Super CC is able to get the cleanup, but knows that if he overcommits, Zuzi is right there. Those who are born together, push together.
Apparently so, Tony, here, as we find though Suspector with the shock rifle now in his hands. Still a 1-kill lead. Much better game than he had in the last one. You can see he's found himself warmed up here now. Not able to find that first headshot, but gets some damage down. Nice re-peek, though. Will force Suspector to drop. He's able to get his shields back now, and as Super CC grabbed himself yet another kill, Uzi has to win a crazy peak shot battle here. He does a great job at it, but the collapse coming in just a little bit too quickly. It's also Super CC with the thrust moving around towards top middle, and now if these guys don't find themselves unstaggered, this could be a rough spot. Great kill somehow comes in by Uzi to get himself that kill. Finds it. I think that thrust is out as well. Shock goes down, and it's hard to tell who's going to come away with this one.
If there's one thing that this game has really taught me is that momentum can swing in a moment's notice, in an instant, really. You know, what was a back and forward game somehow can explode into a 2-kill advantage and eventually a 4-kill advantage. And honestly, with the way this war has been between Ascending Baseline and Legion Gaming, it might as well be 5 or 6. But Uzi comes in with the double kill, shutting down both Suspector and Super CC. You do that one more time, you have the game tied up. It is not too late just yet. Both players' shields being absolutely shredded, Eli.
Yeah, we can see this is going to be the last camo we see here in play. Will now Uzi be able to, or Zuzi be able to bring this one back? Finds himself that first pick. Ascending Baseline not wanting to slow it down. Bring in the aggression here. Trying to pick up at least one trade to close this game out. But now we are all tied up once again. They should be able to coordinate the spawns. It looks like Super CC, after spawning flowers, does want to rotate away, try to get to some help here. Using the pillar the best he can, does force a drop. But now he finds himself in a tough spot. It's always hard when there's players top gold and you're stuck in yard.
Super CC doesn't feel stuck right now, wants to make his way over toward Flowers, but can't. The exit route is being blocked and they're taking damage left and right. Meanwhile, Zuzi was able to get away with the camouflage. Luckily, Super CC has the thrust to get out of dodge there. That could have been a dangerous angle that Uzi was able to take, but Zuzi on the high side ends up getting fined by Suspector despite being over toward the bottom mid side, leaving Uzi by himself. Uzi, how do you get out of this? Zuzi, how did you just get fined? What the heck did I just see?
That was wild. Yeah, you could just see what a tough spot to be in, top, a middle with nowhere to go. 2 players below you and no teammate help coming in. 1 kill left. You can see that you quickly push that. They don't want to let that opportunity go by. And Ascending Baseline will find their first win here on Solitude, bringing back this series 2-1.
Oh my gosh, that was... I'm gonna have to watch that one again and find out, like, how the hell does Suspector even get that fight alone to even win that situation, when honestly Uzi and Zuzi have been playing so patient all series long. Like, they have been so good at, like, baiting but not forgetting to switch. Like, if a player doesn't have to die, you notice a lot of times with Uzi and Zuzi, they won't. Like, they're willing to bait and switch. They're willing to stay alive and play their life. And even that game specifically, they did that so well to catch up to that game. So the fact that Suspector even had that 1v1, and mind you, from bottom mid, and was able to 5 Zuzi the way he did, is so impressive on not only the clutch factor for him, but also to even have that opportunity, because I really feel like Uzi and Zuzi were playing damn near perfect up until that point.
I mean, both those players, I think, were no shields bottom middle. I think there was a window or a hindsight 2020 kind of scenario where they get a double kill and win the game themselves there. So it was a phenomenal job by Ascending Baseline to stay alive, actually pick up those kills and get their shields back. But if I'm not mistaken as well, it was only up for a second, but I think each one of them had like at least 1k more damage than Ascending Baseline. So that, talking about staying alive, output damage versus damage taken here, that Legion is just getting them no shields. Like, they're playing no shields, like, at all times.
Well, that's right now doing the same thing in the early game, but Super CC evades that are just evading death and evading the lines of sight of Legion Gaming with this camouflage. Grabs it, gets away with it. Now it's about the information gathering, because the same way that Legion Gaming don't know where you went, you really don't know exactly where Legion Gaming is right now. So a lot of this camo being used just to figure out where Legion Gaming are at.
And like we said, these players, when you know the enemy team has camo, and especially when it's not at a 4v4, where there's quite as many distractions going on, you can really play far back and, spot camo. Or even if you do spot camo, that's 50% of the team. And so you can rotate away from that, which is what we see a lot in how these scenarios are played out. And just try to waste a lot of that camo time. And as you can see, as it runs out, Sniper on the board, we're looking still at a tie game.
5 bullets in the Sniper here for Uzi. Navigating his way over toward the A side, finds himself in the middle of 2 different players and can't exactly find the angle he's looking for. Eventually finds the gluteus maximus of Super CC. Teammates in there quickly for the cleanup, and once again, now you see a Suspector being left by himself here, but with the green gun, laying down the law, able to take down Zuzi. Uzi could be next. He finds the exit route himself, and the hunters quickly became the prey to Suspector's green gun.
Yeah, with new camo coming up in 20 seconds as well. Only 2 shots left to work with here, and the sniper makes that the first one count perfectly. Quick scope there. But now Super CC, he disappeared. With camo coming up as well, you can see Legion Gaming, they're pushing very heavily forward, but he does get sniffed out, and the second and last snipe shot also counts perfectly here. That should secure another camo now here for Legion.
5-3 advantage here for Legion Gaming. Mind you, Uzi just grabbed camouflage, actually hasn't died a single time all game long here as he takes camo over towards the middle, making sure that this entire green and mud side is clear. And actually willing to check every single corner too, because I mean, how many times have we seen players literally just hide their way for 40 to 45 seconds and try to get rid of camouflage that way? So
well, it's
again,
definitely
you're
because
seeing
those plasmas are gone. Right? So he noticed those
true.
missing. So he was scared that somebody was hiding back there. That's why he was definitely like sniffing it out hard. Because like, especially with the timing that it was grabbed, they grabbed that and just sprinted away and he didn't see them. So like he was definitely thinking somebody was hiding back there in plasmas.
Sadly, they weren't. And eventually, Suspector and Super CC showed themselves at the right time, right opportunity. And Suspector Snipe somehow meets Uzi's stick. And both players end up going down, but Super CC has been fantastic. That'd have been crazy.
Tries to stick his teammate, but misses. Back and forth intel gathering. Trying to find free kills with this snipe. Legion Gaming trying to not give up anything here. This was a great rotate by them. They did not like that angle. Did not want to give Super CC anything to work with. They rotated across the map or around the map so quickly there. Sending baseline had no idea they got behind him.
Only 1 bullet left in the sniper, so I mean, you're hoping for 1 kill. I mean, hey, if you're hoping for it quickly, I guess, but you're hoping for at least 1 kill. If you were Zuzi, you're probably gonna be happy with this. And with Uzi getting the first kill onto Super CC, you have an idea of where Suspector is, and as the pings go down, you know exactly where he is. The sniper doesn't connect, but don't worry, the bandit will. Meanwhile, Super CC evades, looking for an angle himself.
It's a melee off. We'll see if any trades can happen. Super CC doing his best to finesse. Shouldn't be able to live, but as some great grenades come in, he finds his shields and picks up the kill. Suspector definitely being the guardian angel there. Camo in 5 seconds should give them an opportunity as well to pick up this kill, secure a new camo, bring this game within 1.
Camouflage already up here, and it's up to Uzi to try to keep both players away from it. He just doesn't have the shields in order to do that, allowing Super CC to get away with this camouflage and then ultimately play right behind Suspector. But Zuzi, you have to try to get this camouflage off the map. He's willing to almost give up his life in order to do so, and he's able to get that and in fact make it 2. You can't think of anything better than Zuzi coming off a spawn and making that play.
Yeah, you can tell Ascending Baseline just did not expect the spawn in A, and Legion Gaming with a player in tower had a free kind of collapse onto those camo players who kind of sat still a little bit too long, weren't able to get lost on the map. New Sniper and QT getting ready to spawn in 15 seconds, though. You can see constant kind of trade back and forth battle for information as they players using audio cues to just never even show face to each other. Sniper, though, however, is being guarded by 2 players of Ascending Baseline, or both players of Ascending Baseline here top middle, will allow Suspector to escape with this one. And Legion Gaming elects to just give that one up.
Been a 1 kill game for quite some time here, and Suspector is loving the fact that he was able to pick up that repulse. Because of that, gets himself out of danger and over toward the high side, and Uzi getting a bit overzealous with that peak. Eventually, Suspector could be taking off heads, and so far, it looks like they're perfectly comfortable with holding down to the tower side because he hits shots like that. Aiden, that is not nice!
And And Aiden remembers what happened in game number one and says, if you can do it, I can do it. Maybe even better. Now we're seeing a lead from ascending baseline. He's still got 3 shots to work with in this sniper rifle. They know there's players here back B, taking his time, waiting for help to come in. Trying to use that repulsor snipe here. Finds one, not able to connect with the snipe with 1 bullet left to go here. Trying to find the kill, and somehow, great job by Uzi to actually get a trade there. But either way, still pretty neck and neck in this one.
Yeah, fantastic job using the repulse in order to buy so much time, but eventually, like you said, there was a trade that goes down, so Uzi making even better plays so they secure 1 kill. Mind you, send the baseline, turn it to 3, 16 to 13. It feels like the largest lead that we've seen all game with how close these two have been.
Even all series and how close it's been, back and forth here now as we've seen players getting warmed up. Camo just spawns in with 1 player going down. Should be a free grab here from sending baseline. They like to just get lost. I like this play as well. We'll see how Legion wants to approach this. Information is gathered on 1. They want to try to find where this other player spawned on the map, as they know QT's coming up. We'll see. Oh, they did spot a player out.
Big trade, though. Suspector able to take down 1 before going down himself, leaving Zuzi and Super CC in the 1v1, and Zuzi is going to win that piv for his 9th kill, still down by 3. Ascending baseline went on a little bit of a run.
Yeah, 15 to 19 ascending baseline. Looking to keep this going here, not wanting to give Legion Gaming any sort of series set win. With a 4-kill lead, game by no means over, but every trade gonna heavily favor ascending baseline as we reach this final stretch.
5 kills between the two at the moment here. Spectre 12 and 8 is the score line at the moment. Looking to put his 13th, but not looking to overextend. Allows Uzi to get away, but expecting him to push over toward bottom mid, especially from the pillar side. Grabs that repulse right back. Wants every piece of utility, and that includes the sniper, which is coming up right now. Super CC, the decoy, to try to distract Zuzi from getting it. And now it's the Spectres that are put into work immediately. Headshot. Uzi goes down. Zuzi, you could be next. Because while you're looking at Super CC, Suspector's got his sights on you.
Yeah, you can see whenever you get an opening pick, especially with the snipe, which allows you to keep, in many cases, keep your shields and play aggressively onto the second player, the collapse just immediately comes in. It's your best opportunity to actually get a kill, and especially like we talked about, with such a big lead and only trades required here, they can just run right at them, just like that. 2-2 now between Legion and Ascending Baseline in this 2v2 set.
And mind you, that should be over here very soon here because, the 2v2s have been fantastic, might I say. But it is around 7 p.m. Eastern where we're actually starting the 4v4s. But these guys are competitors. Do you think they want to leave it tied 2 apiece? Like, it's a little best of 5 series? I think you play the last game. Even if everybody's ready, give us the last game. Let's find out who wins this series, and we'll wait just a little bit more for the 4v4s to start.
Is it something to, look forward to for a continuation here? Something, what will happen? Or do we settle it all in all the marbles in one last final game? Of course, if you like what you're seeing here, make sure you follow all of the Straight Rippin' channels and follow the stream as well. We've been doing this now for a while and definitely want to keep it rolling here as we move forward and continue all of the events. DreamHack Atlanta just around the corner, and tons of Halo practice, scrims, and content all around.
Yeah, and mind you, if you're able to support, monetarily wise, dropping a sub goes a long way. A lot of what StreamUp is doing at the moment is trying to figure out what the community wants and really try to fill that hole or that need if possible. So if you're able to do so monetarily, great. Drop a sub if you can. But a lot of people, don't have the money right now. Shoot, my bank account might be negative right now. I ain't got no money, but I assure you, there's other ways that you can support. You could drop a follow, and one big thing is also just like noticeability, putting eyeballs, different things. Like we just tweeted out that we're live with this 2v2s as the warm up, getting ready for the actual scrim getting started. Well, guys, if you could drop a like and a retweet, that push it further into the algorithm and get more eyeballs on it, that's fantastic too. And obviously, something that doesn't cost anything for you. On top of that, I don't know if you guys have heard of Twitch Prime. I don't know if you heard of Twitch Prime, because that's one way to sub even without dropping bombs. But so far, somebody anonymously dropping the 5 gifted, and we're at 35 subs. I would love to try to get us to 50 by the end of the stream, especially with that hype train started. Let's go.
And speaking of 5 gifted, Tony, I think we're going to a game 5 as well here before we start on the scrim. So what started with a quick warm-up 2v2 has now escalated into a game 5 alert situation between these two good teams as we get ready here. I wonder what they're going to select, though, as game 5.
Well, see, I bet they didn't know that we were doing because I know with the 5-game scrim or with the 5-game matchup, there's a very specific order. And with the games, I think it's a recharge, live fire, recharge, and then solitude is twice as well. It's something like that. But it looks like we didn't know we were going 5 games. We had no idea. But we're here, and mind you, big sub coming in from Alex, 3-month resub coming in. So we have 5 gifted from Anonymous. We have Alex with the resub. So far, things looking very good here in the land of Straight Rippin, and also in the land of Zuzi, who starts off 4-0.
Yeah, going into a game 5, there's no better way to start that game out than getting camo shock. You got all 4 kills. You've still got 1 grapple to work with. They know exactly where these players should be spawned through the process of elimination here. And as they see nobody in gold, they should spot the players at A, but look at this rotate here from setting baseline. Looks like with a couple of pings, it was spotted out, but it wasn't enough time to make this camo completely expire.
Zuzi maybe biting off a bit more than he could chew there. Thought that grapple might have been good enough to get him out of no man's land, but sadly it wasn't. And mind you, give Super CC an inch, and oftentimes he's going to take a mile. Big win against Uzi to get them back in the game. And of course, just when you thought you took down Suspector, well, he brings you down to the grave with him.
Yeah, still got lots of ammo to work with, and a full clip here once he reloads. Super CC trying to find the kill, not able to do so. Takes Uzi to no shields, which allows Suspector to come in for the kill. Does get a melee onto the second player that doesn't get traded out, so both now down for Legion Gaming, and ascending baseline within 1.
Suspector knows that the A side is clear, knows that his teammates over towards gold, and with a process of elimination, you understand that Uzi and Zuzi has spawned over toward the blue side. But do you know they're both taking separate routes, looking to isolate them? Zuzi finds the isolation he's looking for as he goes right after Suspector. A little bit of bonus damage added on to Super CC. Zuzi may try to cut him off and keep him over toward the gold side, but you better be careful. There are plenty of players on the hunt, and Mr. Thug Nasty is going off right now.
Thug Nasty with a 10 gifted bomb. Hype train in the chat as well. Super CC gets a new grapple and has one left in the tank here as we get ready for camo to pop. Who's going to definitely try to use this to try to get out of dodge. Looks like he will be able to pop that. One player, his teammate, goes down. Uses the grapple, gets the camo, uses the shroud, just doing everything he can to try to live, but gets spotted out somehow. Walks away with the trade. It's about as best as he could hope for in that scenario as Legion Gaming non-stop aggression in this one.
Yeah, I will say, I love that trade of Super CC, love the thought process all around. I feel like they would definitely trying to make something happen here. And so is White's Edge by dropping 5 gifted. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a goal of 50 subs going into this stream. Well, you know what? Why not make that goal higher? Because you guys are just too good. Within 1 hour of going live, we have hit the 50 subs. And mind you, we're on a level 5 hype train. That is a new record here for the Straight Rippin' channel.
Hey, let's go. Hype train on a Tuesday. Who would have thought? As you see now, Zuzi with the shock rifle, trying to jump up, connect on those shots. Lots of great grenades coming in from Suspector. They do sniff that player out. Uzi trying to be as sneaky as he can, playing front of the tower. Melee comes in, and you know they're not going to let him get away with that one.
Tied up at 11 apiece here. Super CC and Suspector trying to trap Zuzi in the A side. Looks like they're able to literally do just that. And now, once again, widen their influence on the map here, taking up as much space as possible. And now you know exactly where Uzi and Zuzi are spawning and ultimately where they're going here. Because it looks like this time, both players looking to push out the A side. That brings Super CC away from gold and now looking to join Suspector. And the bait and switch is here. But you can't say the same for Suspector, who goes down. And that's a squad wipe going in favor of Legion Gaming.
Yeah, squad wipe for Legion allows them to set up both at A and C for spawns now. For setting baseline to come off in gold. You can see trying to throw some grenades, keep these players trapped, work together on a collapse. You know, it's a tough spot to be in here. You can see it's the difference in kind of overall strategy. You've got like the quick stacked double team approach versus the more wide range spread out approach. If you can find the players and work accordingly, either scenario can work. It's just kind of who does it better. Legion Gaming walking away with one, make that both kills there. You can see, depending on the philosophy of how each approaching the scenarios, with Camo coming up as well. That's going to be another one going over in favor of Uzi with a 2-kill lead. We'll see how they want to play this one.
Yeah, any team that's in the lead is always going to be happy to trade out kills when it comes to a Slayer game mode, and a lot of times even in the objectives as well. Uzi did a great job staying alive and now wants to double back here. It's about to be a double push now with his twin brother through the blue side. And I was going to say, I don't think Super CC was ready for it. That Spectre definitely isn't. Thought he had the 1v1, but gets perfectly 5, courtesy of Uzi. Uzi does end up getting eliminated, which leaves Uzi by himself still with camouflage.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing is you're just not going 2 down. As long as you keep a couple of trades and keep the game close, it's a lot of back and forth here with the shots and the camos and all the equipment in play here. Now, finally, they find their kill onto the camo player with eyes on the second. But Zuzi, he's got a lot of grenades to work with here. Being in gold pipes, gets some extra damage down as well, which should take this player a week as his shields recharge. Now, they do spawn together, which could put him in a tough spot, but gets some great damage out as he's waiting for his teammate or his brother here to show up.
And that's what the best players in the world do. You know, you put yourself in a bad situation, you just have to fight your way out. You have to turn lemons into margaritas at time. That's exactly what Zuzi did with the way he takes the 1v2 and even gets aggressive onto the spawning players. Eventually, they get the wipe, and Suspector and Super CC find themselves down by 4 kills, and it could be 5 very quickly here.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to work together to pick off at least 1 kill, but another collapse should be coming in here from Legion as Zuzi gets his shields back. They're going to keep Suspector no shield, who has no opportunity and nowhere to go here. And this is the staggered kind of scenario you can find yourselves in here. Super CC now once again back in the same scenario. He does get a great grenade off that'll slow down this push, but if he can't pick up one, if not both of these kills here, you know, this one's quickly coming to a close.
A trade ultimately is not what they're looking for, although Suspector is able to clean up the second. You still inch Legion Gaming closer and closer to that 25 kill mark. It is a game of 5, and ultimately one that Legion Gaming feel like the game is in their hands. They simply don't have to lose. They just have to play damn good 2v2 Halo here, trade their way to the finish line, and they'll be just fine.
Trying to shoot the grenades here. You can tell they don't want to give up this lead as well. While it is a 5-kill and healthy lead, you know, you don't want to risk any kind of scenario, especially in a game 5. I think it'd be a reverse sweep as well if that happens. So definitely wanting to prevent that in all case scenarios. Shock, camo, and grapple now, all in the hands of Uzi, and basically the game in his hands.
And the question is, how does he like to play this out? The nades over toward the bottom tower may have created an avenue for him to play through bottom tower, and that's kind of what he was thinking until Super CC and Suspector double push through the C plat side. Suspector is able to take down Zuzi, but cannot do the same with Uzi, who brings them back to the 23 kill mark. Suspector with the high IQ play to get out of dodge and reset. They need that time and time again. Only 2 more kills.
Now you can see Zuzi, he's just wanting to play super aggressive, bait himself for his twin brother to pick up some of these kills with the shock. His camo has expired. it's still got plenty of ammo to work with. You can see you've got ascending baseline. They're just kind of trapped there in tower with Legion playing front of the map. But trades do benefit Legion Gaming, something they're perfectly happy with getting here. As another one comes in, Zuzi's trying to find the killer to close out the game here with the shock. But if they just play aggressively, the result may here be the same. No room for error for ascending baseline.
Boom. That is it. Legion Gaming finishing that one 25-20. That was your game number 5 in our 2v2 warm-up between Legion Gaming and Ascending Baseline, who eventually going to be going at it in the 4v4s. Now, I'm not sure if all players are ready. I'm actually, I'll take a little peek. I'm not gonna lie. I'm being nosy. I see 4 players ready on the side of Legion Gaming, and I see 1 player missing for Ascending Baseline. I think they're still waiting on tapping buttons to join the Discord. So not sure if they're going to plan on playing any more of the 2v2s or if tapping buttons is going to join pretty quickly. What I do know is Uzi and Zuzi once again showing that not only are they fantastic in the 4v4 gameplay, but they also enjoy twos as well. That was a great performance by them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a shout out to Suspector and Super CC as well, because they found themselves in a tough spot, and Uzi and Zuzi were coming out swinging, especially at the end of that game one with those double snipes we saw on live fire. So be able to bring that back and make that game as close as it was, definitely a fantastic series to kick this one off, and I think a lot to continue to play for, maybe even more of a build up than with we started here between both the backstory of these teams, the preparation, the 2v2s, and now going to the scrim between, like we talked about, our 2 dark horse teams for Atlanta.
And just remind you guys, we do have not only that Atlanta coming up, but next month we have the doubles in Dallas tournament. So I thought that was very good practice for Uzi and Zuzi. The way that works is over the course of 3 weeks, not including Atlanta, we're gonna have qualifiers. The first one's already done, and by the end of the third qualifier, whoever wins it is automatically going to Dallas. From that point, whoever's the next 7 seeds based on points qualify for Dallas. So we actually saw Ryan Newman's Inspector finish out top 6, which was a great performance out of them. If they keep top 6, obviously going into the third qualifier, they were shooing to make it to Dallas, where Uzi and Zuzi themselves found themselves in top 12, actually. So literally right outside of that threshold. Is not to say that they have no chance of making it to Dallas, but it definitely is. They're going to need some more practice like that to make sure that maybe they put themselves in a top 6 scenario, a top 4 scenario, to feel more comfortable with the top 12 sitting again just outside of that top 8 threshold for points.
Yeah, and with 3 qualifiers, I think a lot can happen, and being on the cusp of it as well. No need to worry at this point here. After the second one, then we'll start to see kind of the I think the dust settle, and how these teams are going to be playing out. And then is it closed off to other teams, or is there going to be like an open side of it as well?
I think it's just invitational. I
Just
think I think
invitational.
it's I think it's gonna be very similar to how like the Shopify Billion Land was, where you had the
Hmm.
top few teams, in a more intimate setting and whatnot. It's gonna be more of a chill setting. I think that's what it's gonna be like as well. So it's kind of do or die, honestly. And I
Yeah, it
feel
really
like
is.
if you even miss one weekend of the qualifier, it's like I don't even know if you can even with everybody who consistently is gonna play at all qualifiers. If you miss one week, even if you get like 4th place twice, I don't think you can get enough points to qualify for the event. Like it's that serious.
Yeah, so definitely no room for error at that point, and all the more reason to get the extra practice in. I think for a lot of twos, you don't, or these 2v2 tournaments, and even individually, you wouldn't see teams necessarily practice or prepare much for them, just kind of go into it. A lot of teams don't even have their roster set until like the day before. But I think for this one, especially with the format and a longer kind of term, a build up scenario, you just don't have that opportunity, and you need to be playing in every single one of them with the utmost importance.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I see 4 players in each of the Discord calls, and excited about that. And why don't we take this time to really introduce every player on these squads. I'll start off on one side, Legion Game, and I'll let you take ascending baseline. On the side of Legion Game, and we talked about Chris Common and his journey as top amateur professional player. He's always kind of been on that cusp for a very long time, going back to the Oxford Esports days in year number one. Fantastic IGL player, great mind for the game. Joining him is Uzi and Zuzi, the twins from Fortnite. Extremely talented players, known for keeping the same teammates and really growing with them and getting better with them. Fantastic duo. They qualified for Worlds seemingly last minute last year. Things got a little shaky for them with how things went. Obviously everybody kind of knows the story. But still fantastic duo. And joining them was Little Gators, who for a very long time was like known as this matchmaking guy. And then once the Believe the Hype tryouts was going on, he really made a name for himself, making it alongside that roster. And they were honestly fantastic. Little Gators, I feel like ever since that Believe the Hype tryouts and watching the way he's played, I feel like that's when he was on my radar. And even the player then, compared to the player that we see right now, he's even more confident. I feel like he's really found himself as a player and as a competitive player, as opposed to maybe just more of a matchmaking player. And I'll switch things over towards the ascending baseline roster for Elamite, because I'm sure you would love to talk about these boys.
Yeah, I mean, ascending baseline. Obviously, talk about a team that um, has placings and a dark horse kind of upset scenario that you rarely see come together, in these kind of formats here. So you have two players from the former E United roster in Suspector and Ryanoob, who actually finished second and made their way into a grand finals of an HCS major event. Then you go over and you're looking at Tapping Buttons, who found so much success on the native roster. Um, Team, especially with Barcode, and you were seeing these international players make it into the top four as well, which was very surprising, and kind of caught a lot of people off guard of what the potential here was for a lot of the international community. And of course, Super CC, we've seen what he's been able to do, and a lot of what he's done in the 2v2s, and with this team as well. They've all had kind of a rocky kind of way and go, but I think it's also a team that likes to stick together and not make as many roster changes as well. When you go back to Super CC on his Fnatic days and their rosters, tapping with Native and some of his time on some of the LATAM rosters, what we just talked about with the United, these are lots of teams that like to focus on improving, working on chemistry rather than, jumping ship or just swapping rosters.
Yeah, and mind you, I guess I'm gonna spin it in a weird way here, but I will say, with not having HCS in the picture for this year, and with a lot of the opens being global, it's created this amazing opportunity for more players to kind of follow a similar path to what Tapping Buns did in Halo 5 back in the day. Because when Tapping Buns was brought on with Evil Geniuses, I believe alongside Roy Lunchbox and Falcade, I believe was that roster. It was seen as unprecedented, bringing a player from another region over to North America in Halo, and we really got to find out how great of a player he was, and he always was fantastic. But I feel like there's been more of that happening. Think about, the journey that Acid has been along and what he's been able to do. He's been doing the same thing. He was like alongside Pig and Envor. Eventually he ends up with Sab, but he's been a little bit around the block a bit. But Acid doing the same thing. On the other side of things, you have Majin, half North American, half EU roster. Wutum and SLG joining Collect and Yaxon. Like this is a fantastic time to just be a fan of global Halo, because without the boundaries, we're seeing these new teams come together. It's like, hey, look, I know there's this crazy talented player over here. I'm gonna play with him. I trust this man on land, and I feel like that is beautiful in its own way. Obviously, if I had a choice, like, oh yeah, give me HCS, give me the region locks and all that good stuff, servers, so on and so forth. But I will say, from a global competitive fan, it's a beautiful time to still be a Halo fan, I would say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking of which, Legend, obviously talking about players coming over and making a run, and what we did with him, even though his name has been mentioned lately. Love to see him back at some point as well, or just an appearance, I guess. But yeah, that's a really cool point you brought up on top of that, without the region lock, it gives a lot more opportunity for the people that are kind of really die hard, or the opportunities that wouldn't have existed before, especially with a lot of the kind of online lead up where you are roster locked and you can't compete in two different regions within one, tournament setting. And there's just like no possible way these guys could team together, or, like their career, in season could be kind of messed up in the way that the qualifiers and stuff work. So definitely cool to see a lot more flexibility here for these guys, a lot more passion teams being able to be created. And these, even though I say passion teams, these are by no means like a team you can sleep on, because these are four incredible players that have found themselves at the top. And teams that have upset the best of the best as well. Looking at some of the SLG and the European names as well. Maybe they didn't win the tournament at the end of the day, but they're absolutely capable of pulling off these upsets here.
Oh yeah, I mean at one point in time, SLG ran Quadrant was considered the best strongholds team in the world with them running undefeated for events for almost a year. Until the actual Ryan, I think it was a Ryan led squad, actually came out with their first win to knock them down a peg here. Speaking of Ryan, who's going to be in this event or this scrim as well. Again, guys, welcome to our Straight Rippin' Pro Scrim Night. It's me and Elamite that are your host here. We've been taking two top teams, having to pit them against each other as enemies, but more like they're already going to practice, they're already going to put in the work and scrim each other. And what Straight Rippin' does is come in, put a little bit of money on the line, make them try a little bit harder, and also bring on an amazing broadcast, which we can come on and put it on the show for you guys. And even for this week, our first time actually having drops on one of these events. So not only are you able to enjoy top tier gameplay and really prepare yourselves for what you want to see in Atlanta and have a ledge up, have a little bit of knowledge of some of your friends who are going to watch with you. But on top of that, you actually earn in-game cosmetics as well, thanks to the drops. So it's a win-win situation for being here, and we happy you are on here, because if that wasn't the case, me and Elamite would just be talking to each other, and that's just a conversation, not really casting, I would say.
If I'm not mistaken, Tony was naked right before we got on cam.
I had pants. I had pants. I'm in my own house. I work remote from home, okay? I don't wear a shirt. It's in my own house, dagnabbit.
No, but this is excellent. Like we said, the added value and practice from the kind of cash grab scenario, especially for our two dark horse teams, teams that will be the teams that are going to be able to see who wants. Like in a lot of these tournaments, it comes down to like who wants it the most. And when I say that, a lot of the times, like, you kind of know how you're going to place, or how these teams, like, while scrims don't predict everything, they definitely do have a showing into what to expect from events. Like, very rarely can you just ignore, like, you have a team that has, like, the skill, the drive, the want that can just get destroyed in scrims all the time and come into a tournament and really show up. So, there is a lot of value in this as well.
I'm seeing a lot of thank yous in the chat here for subs. While we're actually about to get loaded in with our first game of our 4v4 scrim against, I know you guys are watching a bit of a warm-up and appetizer to what is your main course, which was 2v2s. We now move on to the featured portion of tonight's show, which is going to be the 4v4s. But before we get there, we actually did have an amazing Level 5 hype train, thanks to some incredible people in the chat. Capo, I see you. What's up, Gwen? I know you're here too. Gwen, of course, cheering on Super CC and them. Revelation, Bryce, all the real ones in the chat. Mikey Vibes, love that name. Doug Nasty, whatever, you're here. Guys, sending baseline, Legion Gaming. Game number 1 is on its way.
Yeah, and game number 1 underway. We see Super CC picking up that sniper, not able to find anything with it. Does get cleaned up. Little Gators finds himself 2 off the rip here. And as the collapse comes in, they're able to get the ball, or at least take the ball away from the sending baseline over here towards tower. A couple more trades come in. Got Zuzi looking for a fight. Is no shield. So many grenades, though, coming in. And that player, Suspector, just gets exploded.
13-0 run here coming in from ascending baseline, and Legion Gaming the ones that find themselves 3 down, which also be not where you want to be when going up against the likes of ascending baseline. Looks like Leader Gators prioritizing getting control of this tower side, but doesn't get the clamber, does have the repulse, but he's like, where did this guy just go? It looks like ascending baseline trying to run away with the ball, and Little Gators might be trying to need a seat.
You can see they're playing at just such a fast pace. You always have to be kind of careful with some of those grenades. A beautiful repulsor buys himself enough time with the help of his teammate to secure those kills and grab some ball time here. At the same time, you know, flow state. Speaking of flow state, thank you so much for the 4 months. Gator's looking like he's in flow state.
See you later, says Little Gators with the repulse. That was absolutely crazy. And I said it, man. The man is just feeling a lot more comfortable than since going back since the BTH tryout days. Been loving what Little Gators have been doing. Same thing we said about Uzi, just like that. 4 go down for ascending baseline.
Yeah, looks like they will be able to secure some ball time here as well. Camo coming up in 20, but most of the setting baseline came off spawns over towards dummies, very close to the action and the ball. Some great peek shot coming in here from, I believe that was Ryan, just to buy some extra time, prevent Legion Gaming from accumulating this ball time. About to tie up this game, though. Suspector and crew will go ahead and break through the setup with camo spawning. 3 dead momentarily for Legion. They're in great position to get this camo.
Very close game here in the objective time. Slays are looking really good on both sides of things as half both teams end up going down, but it's still Ryan that has that camouflage giving them a bit of an advantage before the cleanup goes down. It goes for the BXB, but can't find the headshot of Super CC easily. Eventually, Chris Common does. A well-placed grenade should hit the shields, tapping buttons, allowing Zuzi to come in quickly in order to get the cleanups and then turn that into a double kill. And man, each of these players individually making the plays that matter.
Oh, you can just see just a very mixy game. Trades back and forth. Uzi, he was getting shot by last player alive, no shields, but with a lot of courage, grabs that sniper bottom or top middle, gets away with it, and grabs the ball on top of it to put Legion Gaming in great scoring position. Has taken a couple shots, wasn't able to connect on anything quite yet. Should get cleaned up here now. Sure enough, does by Suspector. And now Suspector with Sniper Repulsor finds himself 2. They should be able to walk away with a new ball here.
Both of these teams really trying to take advantage of every given opportunity, and with that, you just see this crazy war of gameplay with both of them just playing so quickly, just trying to activate on the map. They know how valuable any bit of damage can be. 1 kill can turn into 4 real quick, as the first domino to fall for Legion Gaming is Uzi. And what happens? Uzi goes down with them, and although Little Gators comes in with a kill, can he follow it up with the rotation from Super CC and ascending baseline, setting up over towards A? I don't know what's gonna happen here. Legion Gaming find himself a step behind.
Yeah, it looks like you can see the overall slays favoring ascending baseline at the moment, but as we say that 4 go down, and even though they found themselves with a 20-point lead, this is going to be the best opportunity for Legion Gaming in scoring really that we've seen so far. Zuzi does get some help to take out that first player. Little Gators and crew playing very aggressive, trying to just keep all the action on the opposite side of the map of the ball. Seems to be working pretty well so far, but 3 go down now, and that should be the end of this run.
44-41 is the lead here for ascending baseline. Barely a lead at that when you're talking about oddball. Anything can happen here. And that includes Little Gators and Legion Gaming double pushing right through the sandbag side and trying to get this ball as far away from the opposing roster as possible. Suspector does take a bit of damage, eventually ends up getting cleaned up, not able to get what I believe was the camouflage there. Looks like Ryan Noob is going to make a play for it. Extra damage onto Little Gators, still not popped just yet, keeps the ball alive, and then goes for the camouflage. Heads up play by Ryan Noob.
Yeah, they do clear out Little Gators, who's back A, being a complete nuisance here. And it was long enough that it allowed Legion Gaming to kind of just get right back in the battle. Ryan Noob had camo, but not able to find much with it as he gets taken out here by the last member spawning. Tapping buttons, plays the ball, takes a player with him, gets another one, no shields. Great job by tapping back B here to prevent ascending base, or excuse me, Legion Gaming from getting much time. Only a minute left on the clock. 13-point lead. They're looking to cut into this one here.
Nades are going down left and right. 2 quickly down for Legion Gaming, and ascending baseline do have that ball, at least for now, and earning some valuable points while Uzi tries to get the sniper into action right now. Barely missing the no-scope onto Super CC. Super CC goes in for the Eagle Chow and gets put down. Uzi with the no scope.
Beautiful snipes coming in, whether or not it's the 2s or over here into the 4s. The snipe's been on point here for all the players. Ryan Noob now, he's got his shot at it, not able to find anything as he gets picked off. No shields. Tapping Buns trying to win a 1v1 here with that QT. I believe he got some help from a teammate though to take him out. So Tapping falls. Zuzi finds himself with the sniper now. Lots of ammo, but only one shot in the chamber makes that one count perfectly. And you can just tell, like, a lot of people will immediately reload that sniper. He knows he's got one shot. That's all he needs to take somebody out.
And this is clutch time right now. We're less than 24 seconds on the clock here. Legion Gaming understand what's on the line. They need to be able to take this lead, and they need to be able to just play Slayer and keep away from ascending baseline. But 2 immediately get removed off of the map of live fire. No scope connects onto common, and you just worked so hard to get that lead, and just like that, it is taken away from you. Ascending baseline now have the opportunity to do exactly what you were planning on doing to them. Keep away. 10 seconds. Can you hold the line?
Yeah, as 2 go down, I think that is holding the line. 3 seconds left to go. They've got the lead. No one in position to grab that ball, and that's round number 1 here. Going over to ascending baseline.
And that is an absolutely huge win out of ascending baseline. And going into the start of this matchup, I would actually love to go in with a bit of a listen. And let's get into the mind of ascending baseline in round number 2.
No, nice more bottom mid, one shot sniper. Repost up, I think.
Set bot, yeah, I'm looking into main cup. Yeah, cuts.
Sniper.
I stuck him.
Nice.
I don't see
Snipe?
snipe. I don't see. No.
Okay.
There's one on camera.
I spawn green, I have QT.
Oh, what the fuck?
Look at the ball. It's like,
Camel spawn weak, going keep sniping. He's screen sniping, going pit, and keep ball guy weak. Okay, dead. On OB, and then they sniping.
April snipe.
Camel one shot screens. Dead.
Nice.
I spawned day with you. He's gonna be done. He's gonna be key door, I think.
Yeah,
key door.
I got out.
Nading key.
Yeah, he's Barat.
I'm nading.
He ran away.
I spawned dummies.
Spawning big door.
Two key door.
Yeah,
My chase, one
yeah, I
shot.
got one. Gators.
Dummy door me. Dead. Dummy door dead.
Nice. One again. First.
I'm
He got me. Fuck.
I'm gonna guess.
Dummy door weak.
One shot dummies, then mid weak.
Nice.
Nice, he was dummy door. No eyes.
Enemy has the ball.
Where we cleared clean comms coming out of ascending baseline, and man, a clean snipe out of Super CC and just barely misses the head of Little Gators, and apparently his bandit isn't missing headshots at all. What a life out of Super CC, creating an opening for the rest of his roster to get that ball, and before it actually gets thrown off the map.
Super CC completely shut down everything Legion was trying to do there. A couple of beautiful headshots. They do get the ball out, but ascending baseline clean up the rest of the kills and are able to be the ones actually securing the time there. Super CC is out of the snipe ammo, does get cleaned up. A couple trades coming in left and right. Tapping Buns, he's got the ball now here towards top tower. He was the one that had it back B and was able to pick up such good kills and trades with it as well. Sure enough, was in a mixy situation, but does get the ball off the map.
Yeah, with none of his teammates around, that's definitely the best play. Get that ball off the map, force the reset. Legion Gaming will get first hands on it, but it denies a few seconds of ball time as the Spectre and ascending baseline just shredding through Legion Gaming. That's a 5-shot for the double, and now it's Common by himself with the ball, actually throwing it toward the spawning players, it looks like, as opposed to throwing it off the map.
And new camo coming up in 8 seconds as well. Tapping Buns playing aggressive on players bottom middle. Nice repulse by Little Gators to try to get up top mid, but an even better grenade from Tapping shuts that down immediately. Setting baseline. I like this play from them. They are rotating the ball over towards A. Tapping Buns. Great damage onto these players trying to rotate around towards tower, but the Legion Gaming play being completely countered here with these rotations from ascending baseline.
A little bit of a wider gap in the scoreboard than we saw in most of that round number 1, and maybe largely because the Spectre just hasn't lost a piv and really hasn't skipped a beat here since round number 1. Another battle goes the way of ascending baseline. Legion Gaming either have to start winning these battles or simply not getting in them.
Spectre, he's got to have been in the gym. I don't know if you saw that melee, but that thing looked like it hurt as he just flew through some of these players. Super CC with the snipe camo, playing super aggressive, just challenges 2 players. One having QT takes them both out. And beautiful play overall here now from ascending baseline. They're really starting to set this one up.
You can tell the Super CC thought he had a frag right there, was trying to bounce it toward the big door. The spike just sticks right in front of him and doesn't exactly go his way. And eventually, 4 down, Go is sending baseline and Common bringing that ball back to the A window.
Yeah, points clicking though. Legion Gaming looking to get back in this, kind of cut into this lead that Ascending Baseline's built so far this game. Couple kills come in, that puts 3 dead right now. They'll be grabbing ball. They're definitely going to want to get some of this time here, but Ascending Baseline, last player alive, does a good job just delaying this here. You can see, though, still a lot of time left to play on the clock. Legion Gaming taking their time, not wanting to give up the ball scenario, but Suspector with a great play hiding back B gets a free kill, and this is going to completely shut down this push, and what could have been an extra 10-15 seconds from Legion Gaming is completely shut down.
Big time nade, but it goes right past Uzi. Uzi with a jiggle peek and tapping buns. Forced to back down, but it's all good. The bait and switch too good. And eventually re-engages in the fight. Gets the kill, gets a melee. Suspector lays down the law with the carbine. Just like that, Ascending Baseline scoring once again. These fights continue to go the way of AB.
Yeah, 30-point lead for AB here as we got Camo coming up as well. Suspector playing super aggressive. He's got QT, so he wants to put this to use one more time. Sure enough, uses it perfectly, gets away to back A. A lot of damage down. Sees some of the assists coming in now, and that puts himself in a perfect position for a flank here on Zuzi, who had the repulsor and kind of counters the play as well. Great back and forth job from just all players here in this game.
Of the nades out of Uzi to keep tapping buns one shot, and eventually, I believe it was Chris Common that cleans him up with even more nades. There was nowhere to go for tapping buns, and finally some good ball time for Legion Gaming. They might be able to tie things up if they play their cards right.
Yeah, only 10-15 points now to go here as they've really cut into this one. Kill goes on to Suspector, Ryan Newball, and Super CC also go down. Common and Crew should be able to get a lot of ball time here now off this setup. But I mean, I still think they're just being a little bit slow to grab some of these balls. A lot of kind of mixy time, I think, that could have gone their way.
71 so far points being earned by Ascending Baseline, but once again, it is Legion Gaming that are scoring here, and Zuzi, as aggressive as ever, looking to take space in the face of the opposition, and they have taken the lead, have Legion Gaming, and apparently they want more, but Uzi gets picked up over on the bottom mid side, tapping buds now, chasing down Common with the sniper, tapping his head right there with the snipe, does Mr. Buttons, and now Zuzi the next one to go down. Every single member of Legion Gaming struggling to stay alive on the map.
Oh, but great job here by Ryan, who've been tapping. They kind of win out the fights here against Ascending Baseline, who are bottom middle and kind of rotating it towards A. It allows them to get the ball, bring the game back within 1 point. Ryan Noob's doing his best to try to finesse. That tapping buttons hits a nice nose scope onto 1. He's got another player make that 2, hunting him down though. Only a minute left to go in this one.
Continues to tap faces, does tapping buttons, and everybody can get it. Finally, you're able to heat check tapping buns, which you needed to remove them off the map. Legion Gaming are literally able to do this, just that. And mind you, they were the ones who had the lead, and they're the ones in position to be able to close things out right here, right now. Super CC is way too far out of the play, despite getting a kill over towards Common. And Ryan was the only player that's available to try to get this ball out of their hands, but once he gets there, it's too little too late. It's a round number 3 to start off our series.
Just a great comeback round by Legion Gaming. They were down the first half of the map. They found themselves not being able to get much of anything going, and then to be able to close that one out, I was kind of criticizing them a little bit for some of the mixy time that they weren't getting, but they took their time and kind of maintained the same pace for the rest of the round, and they kind of dictated what they wanted to do and just played it perfectly. They didn't need the mixy time.
Well, right now, the early time that goes the way of Legion Gaming. However, bringing the ball back here toward the A corner just ultimately draws Ascending Baseline towards you. We're able to take down 2 members of Legion Gaming and grab a camouflage. So ball, camo, and map control belong to AB.
Super CC with that camo. But likes not to go for sniper rifle or trade that off, just decides to go for a flank here towards top middle. But the shots come in from Little Gators, and he takes Super CC out of the equation right as the ball rotation's coming in as well. Tapping Bun, last player alive, somehow gets the kill onto the ball. Is able to kind of drop that down, at least buy some time for his teammates to get back involved in this play. And even with all the great openings here from both squads, they keep shutting each other down.
Only a 4-point advantage here. Equally matched so far, both of these teams. And Uzi really wanted to get that ball out of that line of sight, not able to do so. And then the nades ultimately catching up to Chris Common as the players come off a spawn. It's Zuzi and Little Gators, the first one to hit the virtual battlefield, but also Little Gators, the first one to go right back over towards that spawn land. Somehow, though, Zuzi hits a double, make it a triple. What just happened?
Yeah, you can see there's some great decision making going on by AB on how they wanted to move that ball towards B, but at the end of the day, nothing really matters when things start hitting the wall. And Zuzi, he brought out a triple kill when he started hitting the wall and completely shut down what AB had going.
It feels like win or lose here, and we're going to have multiple players in the 45 kill club and maybe Tapping Buns in the 50 kill club, although he's not able to find the kill on Uzi. It looks like ball being rotated over on the back tower by Ryan, who feels the pressure right behind him, knows his teammates are 3 down, has to play the ball off the map, and somehow is able to get a kill despite all of that. But with Chris Common defending the camouflage, it seems like Legion Gaming should be able to grab it.
Yeah, but it was just a second off on the timing there. Ryan, who got one shot on the Common, who was waiting for that camo to spawn, and the help came in quickly enough that they weren't able to get it before running away or being forced to run. That allows Tapping Buns to lock this one in as the player gets traded out bottom middle. That puts 2 down. He does get spotted out, needs to kind of back off and survive. You can see the nades coming in, but they should be able to get out of dodge here.
Just a 1-point game. Tapping Buns, camouflage, 44 kills, 15 assists, and also the most ball time in the on his entire team as he hits a clutch double to trade out his life. Chris Common, first one to spawn up. Looks like Ryan was already pressuring him. Ryan is going to win that one, and more importantly, influence those spawns over towards back green. Knows they're rotating in, but there is nothing the opposition can do about it. AB are playing lights out.
Oh yeah, you can tell they're not happy with that slow pace. They're looking to bring the heat in this last and final close this round out. Ryan hitting a lot of shots with this sniper, and with the ball rotating as he is, that's going to be exactly what AB needs to take game number 1.
47-26 here. Ryan ends up going down. Same for Little Gators. Back on board with Zuzi. Actually, eventually ascending baseline, the ones that end up going 3 down. So better be careful. Legion Gaming not down by that much, but a remote detonation by Ryan, hawking down the frag grenades.
Yeah, 2 down now for Legion Gaming once again, and Ryan, he finds himself that repulsor. We've seen what he's able to do with this and how he can put it to use almost unlike any other player. Not showing off his skills quite yet in that first repulse, as he doesn't quite make it top middle, but it pays off as he picks himself up at kill bottom middle and is able to help Ball Guy continue this rotation.
Couple of repulses in the back pocket here for Ryan. Pay attention to that, because they are going to get extremely valuable. And mind you, when he's shooting like that, winning pivs, Ryan might just be at his most dangerous, not only nerding, but also slaying. And there's the repulse I was talking about. Ends up getting the stick. I didn't even see the grenade. Kyle, I didn't even see the grenade.
You're actually right. I don't think I saw it either, although I knew it was thrown. I don't know, some kind of fifth sense thing. But you just knew what he had in mind the whole time. But that was kind of I don't know if that was some picture frame perfect kind of cancellation. Are we watching 60 frames and we need to go 120 here to see this or something? I'm not sure.
Enemy has the ball.
Big kill by Suspector. Not only able to make sure that Legion Gaming go forward down, but more importantly, able to grab a hold of that ball before they played it off the map. But Legion Gaming come off a spawn, make their presence known, get that ball right back at them, but they don't get camouflage right now. That belongs to Tapping Buns. Oh.
75-29. We got a minute 20 left in the game. Suspector, last player alive, grabs 1. He's got another player right in front of him. Not going to be able to do much, though, being no shields there. And now Chris Common, he gets the ball. He's able to escape. you should have Legion Gaming. They need to have a good setup here if they're going to get back in this one.
Just in case anybody was wondering why we brought tapping buttons from Mexico to the North American region, what we call the North American region in Halo multiple times, well, it might have something to do with his ability to drop 50 kills, damn near 20 assists, 82 points of objective time, which is the most on his team, almost double. He is literally doing everything. At this point, if this was LAN, he'd be selling tickets and freaking popcorn.
Yeah, and he might have the least assists on his team, but it's only by 1. The guy is literally doing almost everything here in this game, continuing to rack up points here now, is ascending baseline with a Suspector and Sniper Rifle in hand. 2-3 players go down now for Legion, and if AB stays alive here, that should be game.
83 points and counting, and the snipe in the hands of Spectre. The moment Uzi comes off a spawn, body shot immediately, and with no shields, it's hard to get activated on the map, but somehow goes right through Rainu's chest towards the bottom mid side, through the cave. Spectre now has hit a clutch shot with the sniper, but runs out of ammo. Luckily, the bandit is there for the trade. It's Super CC not able to get that ball out of dodge. Tapping buttons going to delay what is the inevitable. Legion get kills it. Whoa, that was a flying Ryan dude. That is, oh my gosh.
Yeah, flying Rhino, we grabbed himself a double kill here, but Legion Gaming in better position to grab that ball and rotate it over towards tower with everyone from AB coming over here towards Camo and A side, but that's going to be Camo falling into Tapping Buttons' hands with Legion Gaming going 2 dead and 20 seconds left to play. I think this is lights out now in game number 1.
It went down the wire all the way down to a round number 3, and even in that round number 3, it will be decided by time, and the grenades just not going the way of Legion Gaming, denying the ball just from the nades. The nades are pushing the ball away. It ends up going right to Super CC. Those nades bounced that ball from like dummies ramp over toward the front dummies all the way into an angle that Super CC was able to bait. Were they nading that on purpose? They had to be.
It looked like it was in a pretty rough spot when Tapping had the camo. And it was like when 3 people were running through dummy door, you almost thought they were going to get in and get away, and this was going to be super tragic. But yeah, somehow, like, what is it? Like 15 grenades blow that ball like 15 yards towards camo in the middle of the map. Very kind of fortunate scenario there, because that game was neck and neck.
Taking a look at the stats here, and surprise, surprise, Tapping Buttons actually having the most damage in the lobby. Who would have thought with him dropping over 50 kills? But again, the assist on top of that, the objective, it was really Tapping Buttons doing everything on the map. And also shout out to everybody making plays. I mean, how many times did we see Suspector running house with a sniper, Ryan making some crazy plays himself, jumping off the top rope and getting a crazy double kill toward the key door, and Super CC was just consistent throughout that entire map. It was a full team effort that you were going to need, and ultimately that they had in that matchup.
Yeah, the game number 1 going back and forth. Round number 3, of course. Some epic comebacks that we saw in game number 2. Some similar storylines to what I think we were seeing in the 2v2 action leading up to this scrim. And if it's anything in store for the rest of these games, you can see these guys, they're playing like tournament mode.
They really are. And mind you, I mean, there's money on the line here. Guys, this is a pro scrim night. However, STR8 RIPPIN is stepping in and saying whoever wins the scrim, we're putting money into each and every one of their pockets, which makes me think, why are me and Elamite not playing? Because I want a part of that action as well. But instead, you have Ascending Baseline going up against Legion Gaming. These two have matched up in round number 1 of the qualifier, where we actually saw a 3-2 victory in favor of Ascending Baseline. Went on to finish top 6 in that tournament, where Legion Gaming, although who were able to push them to that game 5, ended up finishing a bit short of expectations, top 12 on the road to Atlanta, which this is valuable practice right before.
As we start off with Origin CTF now, you can see quick early pushes here coming in from Legion Gaming. They're trying to get an early flank onto the sniper rifle players while playing for rockets simultaneously. They do get rockets, able to shoot both of them off, keep them out of the hands of Ascending Baseline, but not really get any value out of them. You can see Suspector, he's got sniper rifle now, and that was an early pull on this flag. World blesses, we're just over 30 seconds into the game, Tony, and Suspector is ripping faces.
Yeah, 30 seconds into the game, and you're already pulling off plays like that. Suspector really is feeling himself, and it's ultimately just game number 2, and I think what 11-game series, so plenty more action, a 1-0 advantage going towards the sending baseline, back-to-back kills towards them, and now we do see a flag on the move, but I believe it's on the other side of things. I think it's Common and Legion Gaming, despite being 3 down, still moving the flag.
You can see moving the flag here. He is ascending baseline, getting an early cap, but Legion Gaming looking to answer back best they can here. They do have 2 members dead. Liberal Gator's doing everything he can to try to just pull all attention towards him, and he does a good enough job to allow them to escape, even though AB had the sniper rifle.
Tapping buttons, able to grab a hold of the carbine. Elbow side is fairly strong on the map here, especially in Halo Infinite, especially when you have a carbine that spawns in that exact place where you really want it. As tapping buttons rotating that carbine over toward the rocket side. This is exactly why you want it. Long range angles and just putting down damage onto anyone. The only thing better than that, well, maybe an S7 sniper.
Yeah, you can see Ryan playing cover fire here, kind of an anchor position from top rockets, gives you tons of lines of sight, allows them to stay super active in the play. Also a lot of protection, you know, from the angle, especially if you got some teammates watching you as well. Does get taken out, but that puts now 4 dead for Legion as another pull here for AB, and with sniper rifle in the Tapping's hands, the man who dropped over 50 kills last game grabs himself another 2 to put 3 dead for Legion as the flag should be going in.
And this is why I always talk about at the pro level, I think it should be 5 flag caps because you just way too often see such clean gameplay just like that. And it's a very solved map. If you're able to slay them out, you know where you need to run the flag. If you're able to run the flag, you know where they're spawning. Like, it's very simple of a map. And with those wide open angles, you can lock down those spawners. And at the pro level, maybe not in ranked, but at the pro level, we might need 5 flag caps because that is just way too quick. 3 minutes.
Yeah, that was a quick one. 3-minute game. First cap came in with roughly 37 seconds, and it wasn't even just a 3-cap game; it was a 4-cap game, Tony.
Yeah,
because we had Legion counter one of them themselves. So that's 4 caps in 3 minutes, and you look at some of the maps. A lot of it is, like distance between flags, that comes into play. The map layout itself, I feel like kind of bodes like oh no, I'm blanking on the name. What was the old flag
Halo
map
3?
that we
Onslaught?
No, it was in Infinite, but we took it out. It had 2 snipes, the grapples, like really big top middle with camo up top. Argyle, right. Yeah, like Argyle is very like similar as far as the format, but it's kind of like a fortress size map and like with an Argyle layout, right? So when you're comparing 3 flags to 5 flags, I'm kind of like right there with you too. Like it's unfortunate sometimes that one just goes so quickly. You're out of the game in the first 30 seconds if the weapons don't go your way. Especially how you can stagger spawns or just play so aggressively. Spawning out, which should help you a lot in a lot of cases, and especially in flag games. When spawning out is like bottom middle with a sniper and rocket guy above you, it's not really like a great spawn out, kind of like get out of jail free card. It's kind of like you're dead again and the game's over.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one. And speaking of Argyle, for those of y'all in the chat who enjoyed that map, let me tell you, I have a few choice words for you that STR8 RIPPIN might not hire me again if I said them on stream. So I was nobody happier than me when they removed Argyle off the map, off the game modes. I will say though, one map that was interesting, bizarre, with the doors like out with like the lucid settings where you move the doors so there's like a different way to get to bottom mid. That was interesting. I kind of want to see a little bit more of that. I hated the original Bizarre, but that one change on both sides was absolutely huge. And so is 5 anonymous gifted coming in the chat. We've already passed the goal, but now we might just want to double it.
Right, and as you can see, Legion Gaming looking to double up on this one. 4 dead for ascending baseline right off the rip. Zuzi playing extremely aggressive with the sniper. Catches one off spawn immediately and make it 2 as they nose red tower is still open as well. Suspector, though, does clean up the kill. Gets sniper rifle himself. We saw what he's done so far in the 2s and in this game, and he is right back where he left off.
Enemy team.
Snipe in the hands of little Gators. Oh my gosh. See you later, says little Gators. And does the hill look a little off? I must be going crazy. I'm sorry. The hill didn't look centered right there for a second.
Yeah, they say the same about you, I hear sometimes, Tony. But as we're looking at this one, Zuzi, I mean, every player we look at, they're just non-stop. Like, it's a montage, right? We're going, like, flashing from player to player to player as they're picking up the sniper rifle. And it's not just like it's a death sniper rifle where everyone picks it up and dies with it. It's like everyone picks it up and then no-scopes 3 people and then dies with it.
Scored. Hill incoming.
First flag cap, or I guess first hill capture, I should say, goes towards Legion Gaming. Little Gators, who's had an incredible start so far, 5-2 so far. I mean, Zuzi's right there with them, 8-1. Legion Gaming are just flying right now. If there is one map they feel confident on, it has to be Lattice.
Yeah, I mean, or we kind of had a little bit of pep talk here. They kind of figured out maybe what some of the things going wrong and how they wanted to get back in this game. Like we said, Origin definitely not going their way and was just a terrible start. So they're definitely looking to get this one turned around. Zuzi with the 8-1 start. Little Gators with 8 kills himself as well. And, you know, heavy slaying in favor of Legion as they're quickly racking up time here in this second hill.
Still 1-0 advantage here for Legion Gaming. Actually, they're the ones who do end up going 3 down, and Common the 4th falls, and now a bit staggered at the moment of Legion Gaming as they look to try to find a way to not only reset but also get Ryan Noob out of the hill.
Ascending baseline, wanting to tie this one up. Who does pass the progression Legion had on the hill so far. Zuzi gets taken down again. That's going to bode well. He's got 9 kills and 6 assists. That's Gator and him a piece. I mean, just take a look at the assists. Besides the kills in the game, you got 8, 6, 6, and 1 versus 2, 0, 2, and 2. So Legion Gaming just non-stop teamwork here over AD.
Oh yeah, the teamwork is looking fantastic here, and the larger reason why they're able to outslay Ascending Baseline has to be because of all of that damage that everybody is taking on the map. However, Suspector going with a bit of fisticuffs, little extra damage onto Uzi, enough for tapping Buns to get himself a cleanup, but not enough for him to take down Little Gators. But dude, you gotta be kidding me. That is, what do you do against that, man?
Yeah, that was gross. Kind of a G-slide kill by tapping Buns, making himself such a hard target. And perfect shots in the midst of that as well. He's looking like bound out here on the map. Ryan Noob, he had sniper rifle, but does get taken out. Ascending baseline, they've done a lot on this hill, but they're gonna have to kind of hold these back base spawns if they're want to tie this one up.
Half the team of Legion Gaming is down, and Zuzi is gonna join his team, and Uzi is gonna join his twin brother as Ascending Baseline so close to taking their first hill. And the good thing for Legion Gaming is that they're spawning over toward blue side. They're spawning with an advantage over toward the next hill. The bad part is Ascending Baseline are coming in like a wrecking ball.
Yeah, looks like tapping Buns is the one to actually get in blue. Scared there might be a player hiding, but nobody actually in here. 2, 3 dead now for Legion Gaming with everyone up for Ascending Baseline. They've got intel on Little Gators, who also gets cleaned up, and this is a really tough spot. I mean, this hill is so difficult to break. Now, luckily, we'll get 1 cleanup here so far, which is going to open up the map a little bit for them. But if this one doesn't go well, this hill's already gone.
Yeah, Zuzi, who started off 8-1, had a bit of a cold streak for a bit, but now is heating right back up and over a 2.0 KDA while also having 8 assists is nothing to be mad at, and you know you're feeling confident when you're going for plays like that with the reballs.
Ooh, nice kill by Ryan, who almost gets taken out. The cleanup does come through. Little Gators is the one in hill, grabbing time, but he's here by himself. Grabs a kill or trade onto Super CC, and is a big enough distraction for tapping Buns to... Oh my, I don't think tapping was supposed to win that one.
I mean, that's now the second one where tapping Buns has just It's gone absolutely nuclear while one shot and pulling off reversals. At this point, if we go on anybody's point of view that's AB, make it tapping buttons because my man has not missed a piv yet.
Yes, Bandit definitely on point here today. Not that it isn't always. In a fight once again now, the grenades do come in, so no opportunity to kind of make something happen here. You can see as this hill moves now to the top catwalk hill, it is a 2-1 lead now for ascending baseline. We'll have to contend with new weapons here shortly, but Suspector grabs himself the first pick and should have now the jump on the little gators.
2-1 advantage, but I will say a lot of hill being accumulated early on to this hill by Legion Gaming. Oftentimes we talk about this hill, we talk about how tough it is to even get 25-50%. Well, Legion Gaming able to do 25% of the work, and that's because Zuzi took down 75% of the team. My God, he's not done. He's not. He just took down all 4 players by himself.
Yeah, unofficial kill tag, maybe atrocity here as he grabs himself another double. 22 kills on the board with max assists as well. Still a lot of time left on the board, and Legion Gaming is looking like they are in prime position to tie this game up once again here. Every time Legion Gaming's found themselves in one of these tough spots, it's been Zuzi coming out with literally a triple kill, literally each time, to just break them out of these tough spots.
Yeah, I mean, and just to put into context, Legion Gaming are losing this game right now. They may tie this up right now. Zuzi has 23 kills. The next player on the opposite side has 14. Like, this is so early in the game to be that level of dominant. If you have a player playing like Zuzi is right now, hype him up and know that you are 100% in the game no matter what. If he continues to play like that, of course, Uzi looking to find the backside of Tapping Buns, who also has been phenomenal this game, and he will eventually find the back smack he's looking for. And I'm about to say, if he gets a triple kill as well, that'd be kind of fantastic.
Yeah, you got somebody playing like Zuzi on your team right now, too. You just need to get your feet in the hill and let them do their thing. As he's got 25, 10 more kills. You know, actually 10 more kills than anyone else in the entire lobby here at the moment. And as they get ready to pass the 50-point mark on this hill, Little Gators and crew still playing super aggressive, not able to find either one of the kills onto these 2 no-health players. That could make these things, or this situation, really mixy, but Zuzi wisely just kind of pushes forward and secures himself a trade. This should make any kind of break much easier.
Minute and 37 seconds on the clock right now. Legion Gaming have a nice head start on this hill. Meanwhile, Tapping Buns ascending baseline, pulling up the rear here and trying to find the kills necessary to get their butts in the hill. But easier said than done. Zuzi does end up going down, which has been the hot man of this team. He definitely has to be the focus of ascending baseline, because as Zuzi falls, so do 3 members of Legion Gaming, and ascending baseline could tie up progression of this hill.
Yeah, just about to be tied down on progression, or almost. The players going down left and right. It looks like you got ascending baseline fighting heavy for these spawns into blue, but I don't know if they're playing a little bit too far back. As Legion Gaming, they've got feet in the hill and only need a few seconds.
Yeah, Tapping Buns had a head start on the spawners. Great damage. It looked like ascending baseline were doing everything right, but somehow they found themselves way too far away from the hill, where Legion Gaming say thank you for the free hill.
Yeah, they were just playing a little bit too far back given the scenario and the amount of progression that was already accumulated on the map. And going from a 2-1 lead to now finding themselves down 3-2 with just a minute left is going to add that much more pressure on them to end this one out.
Feels like that might be exactly the spark that ultimately Legion Gaming needed. It looks like they actually decided to actually play for this hill time as opposed to playing the minute and so seconds. Looks like they are hopping out now, and maybe at this point they'll play Slayer. I'm surprised they even stepped foot in that hill for like 12 seconds or so, because it felt like that was a definite Slayer. This definitely is a play Slayer moment, and it feels like they kind of wasted a little bit early.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't mind the first early step in. There was a lot of time left on the clock, and really, at some points, you just got to kind of draw them out onto the map as well. And they're definitely with the intention of abandoning the hill if they needed to, and it seems to be working out pretty well as they just put another 3 members down now.
Enemy team took
Kind of still mixy situation. Tapping just gets some good early shots, but can't win the battle against the thrust. Little Gators grabs himself 2 somehow, and that might go ahead and secure it now for Legion Gaming.
Just playing a shot clock here. Just play keep away, and so far everybody stuck over toward the cargo side in common. I didn't even see that flank coming, and mind you, I have an overlay in front of me.
Yeah, 2 seconds left, 1 second. Game, set, match. And even though Suspector at 25, not going to be enough compared to Zuzi's 31 that game to bring Legion ahead. And keep in mind, it was Ascending Baseline that had that 2-1 lead, and they actually had blue spawns as well. You know, think how differently the game would have looked if they were up 3-1, you know, heading up into that catwalk kill. And you could definitely start playing time in a scenario like that much earlier. So that one definitely not kind of go in their favor. Taking a look at the stat page though, Super CC, 18 assists. Definitely kind of doing the most here for his squad, trying to make sure that teamwork is, you know, working out.
Meanwhile, on the side of things, the Twins themselves, I mean, you know, that is quite an impressive game out of them, combining for a 30.0 KDA. And specifically Zuzi, that triple he got was absolutely incredible. He ended with most kills in the entire lobby, which honestly felt like by far, and was extremely, extremely impressive. I thought Tapping Buds was also very good for the roster as well. Whenever we had him on screen, or even even on the opposite side of his screen, it felt like he was winning a piv that he had no business doing. It was like twice in a row we saw him one shot just kind of pull something out of nowhere. You know, it was pretty impressive, but not enough to ultimately get the win. I believe the series now is 2-1. Still in favor of sending baseline, but Legion Gaming now on the board.
Yeah, we can kind of see there was almost seemed like there was a little bit of a momentum shift. Even to start off the game, they were heavily being outslayed while not being able to take over the lead as far as the score for the first half. They closed it out extremely well and strong here. As we get into now game number 4, it is an early start, kind of back mixy scenario. Camo gets grabbed by Uzi, who will use that to grab new shot rifle, and not able to connect on the headshot on the tapping buttons. Nobody able to secure B, but finds the shot onto Super CC, and that'll be, or allow himself to jump into the hill.
Yeah, it feels like that win right there was definitely the confidence that Legion Gaming needed. Like, they needed to prove that they can win a game, and now since then, coming off the start of this game, and kind of ride that momentum, and it's been looking very good. Grabbing Camouflage and Shock against a team like Ascending Baseline is extremely good off the opening break, and also using it like Uzi does is pretty damn good as well.
Yeah, great shot to clean out those players in gold, but he does get cleaned up while trying to use the grapple and escape. Now, this is a game type as well that these two teams played against each other in the DreamHack Atlanta qualifier. Keep in mind, that was a close series that saw Ascending Baseline first originally defeat Legion Gaming in a Game 5. But this was a game type that Legion Gaming came out and took originally in that series, 250 to 173.
So far, the player on screen right now, Zuzi, leading all slays throughout this entire lobby in the scrim with 82 kills. Meanwhile, Tapping Buzz on the other side of things, leading as far as KD with a 1.28 KD. We could see that change throughout the rest of the series, but the players to keep your eye on in this series so far early is Zuzi on one side, we have on screen right now, Legion, and then also Suspector on the Ascending Baseline roster.
Yeah, definitely some of these guys putting up some big numbers, and we saw some critical and even surprising PIV wins and reversals and all the likes here. You know, I'd say one interesting thing, though, too, is it really is all players kind of going huge. You know, while the stats do say one thing, we've seen everyone picking up these weapons and getting involved in a huge way. Zuzi and some of these guys having some really big flashy plays here to kick off some of these early games with multi-kills. But it's definitely been a team effort, especially with all the assists that we've been seeing here from these two rosters.
Double cap so far, Alpha and Bravo belonging to Legion Gaming, Little Gators. As well, I mean, I feel like he's been one shot forever now. Finally, he gets his shields back, and you can tell he wants to make a play for the camouflage, but knows that it has to be bait at this point. And of course, the Spectre is gonna make that play, and Little Gators able to bait that one out before it ends up being burned. 3 down go his team. Would love to get away with this camouflage, but more importantly, keeping it out of the hands of Ascending Baseline is a good play in itself from Little Gators.
Yeah, Rhino jumping up and down, doing some good damage here, fighting out while capping B and trying to get some extra damage down to open up the map for his teammates closer to C to actually reset that hill and keep this triple cap in effect. Uzi's trying his best to push out of cold over and get in towards A, but with the rest of his teammates spawning towards long haul, I think they might all find themselves in a bad spot.
111 to 47, and the triple cap is locked in, and like a chokehold is suffocating. And Legion Gaming have to be careful not to tap out. Ryan Noob with the double. Ryan Noob wants more. He wants the triple, but Zuzi refuses to be denied. Grapple action in the 1v1s, and Zuzi says, "I'm out of here." Ryan Noob is shooting like he's going dad mode.
Rhino does his best to shoot the grapple through both the top window and bottom door, but he can't hit the beginning metal to fly into C and contest that. Ultimately does walk away with some of these kills, but that unfortunately might be one of the opportunities to give Legion Gaming a chance to kind of put their own triple cap in effect.
Triple cap in, this time Legion Gaming. Zuzi wants to make a play to defend this triple cap here. Sees the 1v1 against Super CC, but doesn't realize that Super CC is not playing fair. He was waiting for the remote detonation. Heads up, veteran play out of Chase.
He's got players around all sides of him doing his best to try to take some of these engagements. Beautiful map movement to at least take 2 players, no shields, can grab the kill, but that's the best case scenario probably here. Does allow for his teammates to kind of play aggressive. Finally flip C, flip B as well, with new camo getting ready to spawn. Sending Baseline finally able to get their footing back.
Big double kill kind of common. Oh, almost gets a triple. Tapping buttons will end up going down. Teammate awarded the kill for that one. And with that 3 down, we do see Comet emerge from the chaos with camouflage. And we also see Legion Gaming eyeballing Bravo while swapping Alpha for Charlie, making sure that they continue to score.
This camo flank is going to be a lot here. And he's able to get into A. Was able to buy time, elects to take the shot, gets one of the kills, gets a jump on a second player, and this might be another triple cap going in.
Patient plays coming out of Common right there, and it's going to work out really well when actually going at his former Gen G teammate in Ryan Noob, and he gets the killing spree courtesy of him. Cross map shots to help tapping buttons out. Legion Gaming once again with the triple cap. Can they tie up the game with this? What's the ninja?
Oh, the camo. Chris Common putting that camo to use so beautifully. Gets full use out of the camo as well. A ultimately gets flipped by these players coming off respawn. But what I'd like to do as well is go into a listen in here with Legion Gaming and see if they can continue their success that they had in the qualifier and win this game, tie up this series.
Tower, they could tower, they could tower.
2 and A.
They're
One
gonna hit tower, 100% they're gonna hit
Yeah,
tower, they're gonna hit tower,
Mangler
they're gonna
one
hit tower.
shot. Mangler one shot. Storage one shot. Storage one shot. I'm dead storage. Dead storage.
Heaven, shoot top A. Heaven,
Yeah, top cross now. Top cross now.
Shoot,
I died at it. I died
top
to
right,
it.
one shot, top right, one shot.
Top right,
Last guy bottom right, last guy bottom right on you, last guy bottom right on you.
I hear that.
I'm spawning red, I'm spawning red.
Good shit.
Yeah, yeah,
Spawning
yeah.
long.
Already on me, already on me, already on me. What's that long, Ryan?
Here.
And then glass
I'll get him, I'll
spawns.
get him. Nice.
Last one, dead.
I got
2 dead. 2, 3, 2.
Should be pipes. Should be
pipes out in a
pipes.
second, pipes out in a second, guys, baby.
I'll see pipes.
They're
He's
hitting.
not top gold.
Yeah, pipe door. Pipe door. 3 shot.
Hitting pipes.
Pipe door. 3 shot.
Yeah, he couldn't. He
He's
didn't
out,
cross.
One
Pipe
shot.
door.
One over top white. Top white. Top A
cross,
cross.
Top A,
cross.
top A.
And one my
One shot,
stacks. Stacks one shot and one C flat. Stacks one shot and one C flat. Stacks one shot to your left. Good nade.
I spawned your red.
Sack still, sack still.
He's dead.
Yeah, chase me,
Red
chase me.
stairs.
And the comms, you can tell they are hyping each other up. They're making sure that they're on point. Great information there, but it's coming in quick and efficient. And it seems to be working for Legion Gaming. Not only are they able to take the lead back, but now moving in for another triple cap. And the only way you're able to move from triple to triple is because you have a perfect or advanced understanding of what your teammates want to do on the map.
Yeah, lots of intensity coming in here from Legion Gaming as they found themselves in the lead, looking to close this game out and continue staggering ascending baseline and just put this non-stop pressure on them. They're finally able to get all four alive, but as I say, that tapping buttons goes down once again. Yuzi's got the camo, he's running around. They don't know where he is. Super CC's no shields, not able to do anything here towards A, and that is gonna do it as Legion Gaming needs to kill this guy to end the game, but should be able to.
Huh? There it is. Man. That's 2 in a row here. Ascending baseline came out hot, but it's been quite the response now coming out of Legion Gaming, tying things up and now sending us into a swing game number 5. And mind you, there's 11 games in this tournament, right? I'm sorry, in this, excuse me, I apologize, in this scrim. And a win here could definitely give you some momentum and obviously put you in the lead in the series. And shout out Little Gators, normally known for his assist. Well, 21-13, 10.0 KDA. Little Gators doing anything that his team ultimately needs him to do.
And we brought this up in the game, but the qualifier, I believe it was game number 4 in the Atlanta Online Cup, and we saw Legion Gaming take it 250 to 173 here in the scrim, 250 163. So probably going to be one of those game types you ascending baseline definitely going to want to look at again, maybe compare what happened in the cup to what happened now. You know, you either need to kind of like address what you're doing wrong, you know, trying to figure out what that is. Is there can definitely be, you know, a lot of things involved, or at the same time watching some of this VOD, just look at what Legion Gaming's doing right, especially when they're building their big runs and kind of you know, coming through and solidifying, closing out some of these games. So, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword in that regard. When you look at these game types where you can't figure out what you're doing wrong, just look at what these guys are doing right and see how you can implement that into your gameplay.
I will say one thing I felt from Legion Gaming, it felt like they were just never truly out of it. Like even when Ascending Baseline had control, Legion Gaming always feel like they're waiting for just one opportunity, one big play to happen, and they're so quick to capitalize on it. It feels like it just once that play happens, there's no hesitation between them and making the play towards strongholds. I remember you kind of criticized them for almost the opposite of that in Oddball, where even when they were able to get the slays, like it felt like they were a little bit slow to the ball. I feel like it's almost the opposite of that with strongholds. As soon as that kill or two happens, boom, they're moving in for that trip cap. Boom, they're moving in for the spawn trap. They're always moving with a purpose. It feels like on strongholds.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things is like kind of playing reactive versus, you know, forcing your will type scenario in the games and like what you can do. So when you get those early picks, especially a map like Recharge, you know, and I guess the difference between the triple cap and the double cap, you know, is everything in some scenarios because, you know, does the enemy team have 5 scenarios to kind of break out from this, or is the game over in 2 minutes and you're just running at them and they're never even all 4 alive? So that's definitely, you can tell with the intensity that you're seeing from Legion Gaming, kind of what they're going for. The super intense callouts basically meaning like in some regard, like we're calling this out with this level of intensity because we want attention paid to these people and like pressure put on, if not just straight up pushing these guys to kill them and continuing doing that back and back to back.
I love the fact that you used the word intensity, and I feel like that was the right word for it because I feel like a lot of people might want to try to mimic those comms, and maybe things just tend to be over calmed, or maybe things just kind of like getting a little bit too jumbled. They don't do it right, where it's almost everybody's kind of talking and screaming over each other. I will say, I think intensity was the right word because I feel like there was still a lot of information given, but I was also able to very clearly understand what each individual player was saying, so it wasn't overload. I feel like it was very very Goldilocks, you know, not too hot, not too cold. It was right in the middle and right where it needed to be, at least in my opinion.
Well, because you know, there's the added you know, context and information that you're getting across through, you know, the voice fluctuation, through the intensity, through the tone. You know, when you're looking and you're fighting in a battle and there's 2 people long haul, it's like too long haul, too long haul. That's like I'm shooting these guys and they're weak. Like let's fight this, or it's like you know, too long haul, like I'm ignoring these guys, I'm not addressing these guys, let's work on another angle, because sometimes information can be bad if you like distract your teammates or make them try to do something that you know that they were focused on otherwise, and you just kind of mess up the pace. So, besides the fact of what you're calling out, it's having everyone on the same page, because two guys long haul, that doesn't mean anything besides there's two guys there. So like, what are you doing after that? Or what is the next step? And how do you get that point across to four individual brains? And like, this is from the coaching perspective as well. How do you get that information across the four individual brains, so you're working as a unit and not kind of having, communication, especially for people that call out a lot in playlists too. Like, I know that's something for me would be, you want to give out good information, try to keep everyone on the same page, but you don't want to like break flows or pull attention away to something that's not as important when there's higher priorities on the map.
Yeah, definitely knowing that if you emphasize everything, I guess nothing is emphasized. And I guess if that's the case, like, you have to know
Mhm.
what to emphasize. It's actually a really great point. What I want to emphasize is the fact that the love and hype and support has been absolutely ridiculous this stream. Guys, we had a goal of 50 subs coming into the stream. Well, you guys smashed it. Like, legitimately smashed it. It was absolutely incredible. So we had to raise the bar, because after that level 5 hype train, I said, okay, well, you know what? If we can do 50, why can't we do 75? And so far, on the road to that 57 subs out of 75. Huge shout out to my man Ryan for the 4-month resub. Actually, he has that first and founder badge, and it tells you that he was actually one of the first people to sub to STR8 RIPPIN, kind of fresh off of getting that affiliate. So that is a real one right there. And if you want to be a real one like my man Spying Ryan, you could drop a sub or a follow, or even a retweet to let everybody know that we're here. We're doing the STR8 RIPPIN Pro Scrims. We're trying to put on a show for you guys, and it has been so fun while doing it. So far today, we have Ascending Baseline and Legion Gaming, where Ascending Baseline started off 2-0, and Legion Gaming immediately go back to back and just really show that they can go toe to toe with anybody. And that includes Ascending Baseline, who have gotten the best of them a couple of times.
Yeah. Speaking of more action and support and callouts, Eli X, Callus coming in as well. Definitely all around. Now, the series similar to the 2v2. I mean, I think we called it as well. Like, if this is anything to show what we've got in store, and then boom, right now we're tied up 2-2, just like we were in the scrim moments ago. So you can tell these players are coming in hot. They know what they want to do. They're ready to play. They're appreciating the practice. They're appreciating the opportunity. And this is why I have these guys in my dark horse, because there's a factor, one factor that gets discounted, or you can't really, put into any quantitative terms or measurements. It's just like how bad somebody wants something. And when there's teams that want it really bad versus teams that are like, I deserve this, and I'm guaranteed this, I'm not going to work as hard as I need to, that's when you see these giant upsets and things like that.
Yes, as somebody who's been called Mr. Passion and whatnot, I'll tell you, I'm putting 150% to everything. And if you want something enough, you can definitely will yourself into getting it. And I will even say that translates to Halo, man. If you go in with 150% and you go and say, I know that I can win this, I don't care who's on the other side of that, well, there's chances you may be able to beat players and teams that are much better than you normally. But it's crazy, because it feels like when you go into a series or even go into a matchup, you don't have to be better than that team. I just have to be better than you for 8 minutes. I got to be better than you for 6. I don't have to be better than you. I just got to be. I just have to be better for 6 minutes. I can do that. Maybe not an hour. If we play an hour-long octagon, you might have me. You go ahead. But if I can just be better for 5 to 6 minutes, I can make something. I can make some magic happen.
You just got to be the master of your own universe, and that is the ultimate power, and that's how you win, and that's how you win at everything. So there's definitely like a lot, and that goes into the want as well, because when you're obsessing about it and when you make it and you manifest it into reality, like, I mean, at the end of the day, that's how everything is created. Everything all around us, and everything starts with a thought, right? So, it depends on how you're thinking, and you need to have clear thoughts and clear visions, and, keep your mind right at the same time. So definitely a lot of interesting aspects when it comes into esports and mental competitions as well. But it's one of the things that's, I think, a lot of people who have a very competitive bone in their body super enjoy and love about all of it, is it is all mental. I mean, the universe is mental.
Love that. And woo, Super CC of A trying to get into the mental of his opponent. With that play, immediately get himself a big kill onto Uzi, and Little Gators falls next. So Ascending Baseline maybe had a good conversation with how they wanted to start and how they wanted to really play this out. And they start off with some good kills, but they don't get the camouflage. That belongs to Zuzi.
Yes, we've seen what he's been able to do with this so far in this series. These guys are all over power weapons, all over equipment, using it to full effect most often as well. Like the amount of times we see camos nowadays, I'd say like 2026 go to full expiration versus like what it was in the beginning is, you know, night and day differences.
Oh, absolutely. You're able to really understand your timing, the enemy team's timing. I 100% agree with that. It's actually super meta. We see that nowadays go towards time as opposed to season 1, season 2. I didn't even think about that really, as Zuzi not even thinking about getting this flag as quickly as possible across the map here. Twin Brother doing a great job of distracting the enemy team. There's no chance they're going to be able to stop this flag. The return goes down. First flag cap down belongs to Legion Gaming, but you had to go 3 down in order to do so. So what did you have to give in order to get that cap?
Yeah, looks like a pull will come in, but Ryan Newby's not been able to get his shields back, and he's going to feel some pressure coming in very quickly as a lot of these members are spawning over here towards Fridge, but he's able to get into his own Fridge and stay alive long enough to secure himself 1, almost 2 kills. That puts a player no shields top middle. Suspector able to get the flag cap and somehow stay alive as 3 go dead for Legion Gaming once again. Tapping button on the aggressive push here does pick up yet another trade, but Legion Gaming, after getting that first capture, it's been all AB.
Within less than 2 minutes, we saw 2 captures already, and within 30 seconds of that, we see another pull. This one coming in from Ascending Baseline, pulling the flag even before they're able to get the kills, and now that timing seems perfect because that's 3 down go Legion Gaming. The final player actually did make it over towards Util. Looks like it's going to be Chris Common, and tapping buttons ends up dealing with them. So capture on the side of Ascending Baseline, forward pressure already on the map. That is beautifully played by AB.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Super CC pushes up towards top middle. He wants to get this camo, grabs himself a kill, puts Zuzi, last player alive, over here towards P's side, who also gets cleaned up. Now Super CC playing for intel as that flag gets pulled and starts moving here. Doesn't want to shoot too early, risk going down. Does get a clean up kill. Keeps jumping up and down, looking for that information. Just being a distraction and a nuisance, allowing Ascending Baseline to go up now 3-1. It's looking a lot like that Origin flag game.
Yeah, right? Except that this time, it actually is going to 5 flag caps. So, yeah, that's a great comparison. It's exactly what we just saw. 3-1 so far. Ascending Baseline looking to move in for their 4th, but without having the kills necessary just yet, we're going to need them try to clear out the util side, which is what Ryan was looking to do. Great kill, extra damage on top, and looks like Common, he wants to start moving this flag from util to util.
Yeah, little Gators is no help. Top card does get his shields back. Uzi does get taken out. Common is moving the flag through car 1, and this is going to be a good opportunity for Legion Gaming now to jump back into this situation. Little Gators gets cleaned up. That might put a wrench in the works here as they're trying to push this flag in. Still a lot of clock left here, but the numbers situation is still pretty mixy here.
Still a 3-1 lead here. Yeah, it's Legion Gaming just surrounding this flag with bodies, and Super CC down to 1 shot, but still able to get a kill. Can't stop both Little Gators and Zuzi quickly right after that, and Ryan goes down as well with the 3 down. Looks like Tapping Bud, the final player alive. He's dealt with. That's a 4 down and a flag cap in for Legion Gaming.
Yeah, you can see Legion Gaming had no intention of letting that flag return, sending as many as 3 players into util to make sure nobody gets the return there. Sure enough, they do get the 2nd cap on the board to bring this game back within 1 here. Common playing util side of the map, grabs himself an assist with a grenade and then a plasma pistol kill as well to put 2 down for AB. But Suspector has his nice flank here to grab 1, take another one to no shields. What we should do now, Tony, let's go into a listen in with Ascending Baseline and see how they want to approach the rest of this game.
Is there a car jump on me? He's one shot.
Nice,
Dead.
nice.
I'm
Flank
running.
two.
You get
I'm
kicked.
I'm gonna come. I come.
They're from base, one shot. Uzi.
And their window.
Is he?
One shot, their window me. Dead. Another
One
one,
shot, one
window.
shot. I'm dead, guys. Just flag down.
Uzi
Cross
missing.
Is there flag still?
Goes bottom mid earlier. I don't know.
Front base. I'll put it front
Dead.
base. Cap. No, they got their bridge.
No, Jen. He has a bullet.
They're vent.
He has one bullet.
They're vent, one shot.
Then one shot. Leaving him.
Nice. One's our Jen.
Peek,
Yeah,
peek.
P2,
Yeah,
P2.
Jen. Yes, so Jen.
P2, one shot.
Got him.
Nice. This guy, their car jump. Or
Their
something.
street, their P street as well.
Car side.
Arjun.
Nice. Last guy
No.
P side.
They're
Yeah, he's
brick, they're
fridge.
from base or something.
Brick, I'm
They're
looking
shrooms, I
at
think.
He's about to get on me. Killing me.
Yo, the fridge. The fridge gators. Fridge gators.
Got me. They're getting kill me. It's kind of fucked. It's kind of a
Appreciate-
fucked run.
Yeah,
Go on.
PT gun. I think I made him. PT gators on your stickies.
Dead.
Nice. I'm
Got
trying to jump for you. 3-3. I'll get
Three
I'll
dead.
touch.
Last guy.
Let's get Jen. Melee. No melee.
He's weak.
Can you run it?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, he's one shot running backwards.
He's going car glass.
From base two, one shot. Go on. More.
Nice. Two window. Let's go! I had a
Defeat.
Oh, we came out just a second early. I wanted to hear that victory celebration, Tony. I heard a quick "let's go" from Ryan, who thought I was gonna go back to like the Warriors days there for a second.
Would have loved to seen something like that there, but man, what a closeout! And Super CC only 4 kills. I saw that, but once I saw the 11 assists, I was like, all right. He's doing his best, John Stockton. You know, handed out the assist, and as long as the team gets the win, I ain't gonna be mad at that whatsoever. Meanwhile, a 10.7 KD out of tapping buns and a 13.7 KDA, out of Ryan Noob. What a game, a bounce back for Ascend Baseline.
You know, one interesting thing with the exception of the CTF Empyrean or Legion 1 in the DreamHack qualifier, Ascending Baseline is like really good at flag games. You know, I'd say between how quick they've done Origin, how quickly they were able to turn on the boosters here in Aqua, as well as they're definitely really consistent within the flag games, and I think a lot of their focus should be probably like on strongholds.
Yeah, and a lot of times I feel like the strongholds will go to the more scrappier teams and whatnot, and I guess the more faster teams as well. And when I think of Legion game, I definitely think that's where they thrive. I definitely think they thrive in a bit of chaos. They love to play this like super speedy gameplay where it's like, hey, all we need is one kill, one play, and then boom, we are right then and there. And to be honest, I kind of respect it. It's like the complete opposite of my gameplay individually. So I feel like I have this like utmost respect for that type of gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely fits different teams. You definitely, at the end of the day, have to be able to do it all, and you know, the ability to just maintain pressure and continue collapsing on spawns and strongholds with the triple cap is, you know, just the evolution of late game strongholds and how you can guarantee wins and not kind of leave. Like, so the best games to win are games where you're just not giving the enemy team any opportunity to get in the game, right? So, like, let's say you were playing Rebellion and last shot snipes you 50 times in a game. Well, you got to get snipers and just not let the enemy team have it. And if you're able to do that, then that's one of the ways you're able to just, like, dictate the game. Like, don't give these opportunities to these other teams. You know, sometimes it's as simple as, or not as simple as, it's extremely hard. But, you know, ultimately, if you can't beat them, or the only way to beat them is to stop them from doing something.
Well, as of right now, it feels like Suspected wanted to keep the snipe away from Uzi and Zuzi, and Suspected with the snipe is pretty darn dangerous. But yeah, it's a really good point. I feel like you know, think about the Tox players and whatnot, and even like some of the phase rosters where they know that team's only win condition is getting a sniper going off on them. So despite them being very good snipers, they would just burn sniper or throw it off the map a lot of the
Especially
times.
late game, depending on the score of the game. Sometimes, like, if you have a big lead with new snipes coming up, like, the only win condition sometimes is if they get that sniper. Like, if there's no snipes in the map, you know you can just trade out really well, and you have a big enough lead where, you know, you close it out by just removing sniper from the equation.
As right now, it's Sunday baseline that we're removing Legion Gaming from the equation, and some well-placed grenades. Excellent prediction on the tapping buttons. Those grenades gonna land literally right on target, as his sniper only has one bullet, and the same way his nades were hitting their target, nades are hitting him, but his teammates have his back, and Common comes in, and if he can just stay alive for 2 seconds, he'll be okay. Bounce them off with the repulse. Has a one-shot Super CC. Chris Common making ultra rare plays. Are you kidding me?
Common just being an absolute beast in B and completely locks down the hill. Almost single-handedly. Complete force. And you can see as the push comes in or the hilt rotates towards C, it is going to be ascending baseline who makes their way towards tower first. Great double team from Ryan who've been tapping. You can see they've definitely... This is something they've got in like their playbook here, how they want to approach and handle some of these situations, how they want to incorporate back tower. At the end of the day, it is going to be AB coming away with some of the wins here and finally putting feet in the hill, but they did buy enough time, get enough kills. That tapping button is the one to secure camo.
Yeah, he immediately comes off a spawn right off a camouflage. It feels almost free to him, but as I say that, his teammates are going 3 down, so him staying alive is going to be anything but free in this scenario, as that nade does hit him. He has to try to avoid touching the hill, because then actually he's going to know exactly where he's at. Plays that extremely well, but has to settle for the trade. There was just really nowhere to go. As Zuzi comes in, he's going to be one shot. Get some shots off onto Super CC, so a lot of damage coming in from Zuzi, but looks like a lot of the pressure is going the opposite way. Back-to-back kills favoring ascending baseline.
And tapping buttons, he was stuck between the hill and a hard place and made the best out of the situation. Gets one trade. And it does allow ascending baseline to break the hill pretty easily and then continue scoring. Once again, looking to tie this game up.
So close, I suspect they're in the crew. Whoa, 1 turns into 2. Little shadow clone jutsu for you as they just split up. End up taking 3 down for ascending baseline. Snipe right now is in the hill as Chris Common takes space. Now you know exactly where you're spawning ascending baseline. Over toward the B side, try to force them onto nest, and it looks like that's gonna work perfectly in their favor. This is when bad turns to worse. It's not just about the kills, it's about the follow-up kills and the spawn trap, and Legion Gaming play it perfect.
And once again, it's Zuzi with 11 and 6 leading the lobby here in kills once again. And rather than being a tied up game here, it is going to be Legion Gaming looking to take a 2-0 lead. They put 2 dead down for AB, and it's going to be an escape from Zuzi with an extra kill off of a sick repulse play. Legion Gaming definitely looking to pull away here.
2-0 lead. Super CC does end up winning a piv on the other side of things, but the cleanup is just so quick as Legion Gaming. They activate on any bit of damage, any call out, and they are flying towards it. Tapping buttons, though, doesn't want to take that 1v1. He ends up hitting the QT out of there, and Super CC is already spawned up.
Yeah, you can see tapping. He's still got about 1 QT to work with. Has to pop it early as he's got players all around him. Doing his best to try to get his shields back. Does find Little Gators who peeks out. Gets that kill. As you can see now, last player is alive. Trying to do what they can, but not going to be enough to secure any kills. Tapping buttons continue to score. Players coming off towards B. Zuzi thinks he has an opening to try to get towards Hill, but does get picked off as well. And this is going to be now AB finally being able to get back into this one.
Looking for the first Hill, still are sending baseline. Common just ready to get out, but it looks like that play is not gonna go down, the way he wants it to, I should say. Ends up being exterminated out of the sandbag side. Spectre still alive with camouflage because of that. Excellent shots right in the back of Zuzi, and we do see that first Hill go towards ascending baseline, only down by 1.
Only down by 1. Still a lot of clock left as well. Sniper and QT getting ready to spawn now. You can see all 4 members of Legion Gaming briefly appearing on Suspector's screen as he tries to push through with camo. That play is not going to work out, but it does allow Ryan to grab the camo and escape, or excuse me, grab the sniper rifle here and escape with a flank.
Tide's really starting to turn the way of ascending baseline. Although I will say Ryan not able to escape with that sniper, and meanwhile Zuzi gonna get a QT for his troubles over toward the back queen side. Numbers favor Legion Gaming, and spawning right into the sight of Chris Common does Ryan Noob. You know he's not going to be happy about that. Eventually, Suspector is able to get the kill as well, and with that, Legion Gaming continue to win out the slays that matter.
Yeah, you can see what Chris Common's able to do with his sniper rifle now. He's got 6 shots to work with here. You can see members of Ascending Baseline mostly back towards B. Does connect on the body shot onto Ryan Noob. You can see Ryan Noob had that sniper, but wasn't able to do anything with it. Chris Common grabs it and is able to just completely shut down AB here momentarily. Kills him at B, locks down B, traps him and kills them in A again, and is just locking down this whole side of the map.
Enemy about to score.
So close to taking their 3rd hill, and man, it is really not going to be good for Ascending Baseline if Chris Common continues to snipe like this. My goodness.
Yeah, everyone in this lobby is like sniping like this today too. It's been absolutely absurd as he connects on another body shot on his Super CC top tower. That's going to be now a 3-1 lead out here for Legion Gaming as they continue to put points on the board.
Wow. Common making some plays here with the sniper. Even able to make his way over towards the hill. All he's able to do is put Tapping Buns down to 1 shot as Tapping Buns backs down momentarily, repulses right back up, but Uzi reads the play, gets the kill, but doesn't have any more repulse to get him right back up there. And looks like the callouts are already going down. Super CC and Spectre were waiting and baiting that doorway.
I don't think I've ever seen all 3 repulses be used to try to get up towards top center by 3 different people. That might be a first.
Interesting plays. But it looks like all the interesting plays are going to favor Legion Gaming, looking to tie the series right back up. We need one more hill, and all this time that ultimately they're wasting is honestly not the worst case scenario for them. Even if they're not able to capture this hill, if they could bring this down to a minute and really play Ascending Baseline as far as the shot clock, I mean, they're going to feel real confident. No matter what, Legion Gaming are firmly in the driver's seat, and it's Ascending Baseline that currently are behind the 8 ball.
I mean, being up 3-1 is just is like a great feeling here when you get under like the minute 30 mark, especially because now you've got opportunities to both cap the hill or just sit there and play time as well. So definitely feeling good about the position they find themselves in, but by no means over. Never like Halo Infinite has there been a game where the game is just not over until it's over.
All Ascending Baseline have to do is make their way over toward the hill. As long as they're in it, time does stop. So, like you said, I mean, we've seen crazier comebacks before. Why not make some magic happen? And it starts with Super CC getting a hold of the sniper. He would love to take down Uzi as well, but that sniper does end up changing hands, and Suspector does end up chasing him down. Now, Suspector may have a turn with the long gun, and Ascending Baseline find themselves in the hill.
But the snipes we're seeing hit today, Tony, like, there's by no means are any of these games over. If Suspector does what we've just seen everyone doing here now, we'll definitely can be looking at a tied game.
42 seconds on the clock right now. Ascending Baseline have to make a play to get in this hill just to stop time from winding down. Super CC, though, hits a nasty double kill off a screen, and Suspector lines up the snipe there as we do see Ascending Baseline put their 2nd hill in. They have 35 seconds worth of neutral time on the board now to capture this green side hill, but it feels like Legion Gaming just truly need 1 round of slays.
Yeah, it does feel like that as 2 go down for Ascending Baseline. This is going to put Ryan Noob and Tapping in a very tough position. Ryan Noob does find 1 kill, but if they're not able to get a 2nd here, there's not a lot of clock left to work with. QT play comes in. Oh my goodness. I don't... That was Tapping who just made an insane play. Like we said, it was a 2v4. Somehow they just walked away with the win in that scenario, Tony. 30 seconds left. Only like 10 seconds or so left to cap this hill. And somehow AB is right back in this.
Legion Gaming had all the time in the world, but now you have to try to get him out of the hill right here, right now, and you are not able to do so. And you have to look at that and think that has to be a fumble by Legion Gaming. You went into this 35 seconds worth of neutral time, and you're only able to burn 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely have been some sort of a fumble involved, but what I did see was tapping going absolutely clutch to actually secure them that win. And now with 15 seconds left, they've got a lot of time to work with as we're about to go into OT for this one. As you can see, a lot of the action's taking place on the opposite side of the map here as well. Legion trying to still play aggressive and not let ascending baseline put together any kind of coordinated push.
Some great needs kind of common, but somehow I think they were actually avoiding, didn't exactly find a home. I do know Tapping Buns made his way over towards top tower, and Common's teammates just simply disappear off of the map, allowing Ascending Baseline to get some valuable time. Is a trade that goes down here. Ryan, who is able to chase the sniper player off of his yard, but Ascending Baseline, you better be careful. Zuzi now with the sniper, you're scoring, but just for now.
Yeah, they've got Sniper, they've got Repulse. Pushing towards the hill. 2 go down for Legion, 1 for AB. Zuzi going for the montage play, but he gets sniffed out and he gets melted in the air. We are into official overtime. Not that it would have mattered as far as who wins the next hill wins the game. A couple kills come in for Ryan, who secures himself a double as he's looking to lock this one down.
So close to taking it. Zuzi's gonna have to give up his sniper to try to make it in the hill, give up the camo, but sadly, he gets spotted before he's able to drop into the hill, and with that, Ascending Baseline gonna steal that one away.
Wow, 4-2 lead, and these games have been extremely neck and back and forth, and definitely got to be feeling good about some of these, because let's see what the slays look like here. I mean, tapping has been absolutely influential and monstrous in this series so far. I mean, he is top frag, top hill time, ball time, in a lot of these games. Based on that 2v4 scenario with Tapping and Ryanoob, like that game was over, right? Like they won themselves the game with whatever happened in that play. QT involved with Tapping especially. So huge shout out and props there. 7,900 damage as well. So just being an absolute monster.
Yeah, next person on his team, by the way, is sub 7,000 as far as damage wise. So
Because
literally,
damage taken as well, right? Most
yeah,
on his team
just-
are both. It's not like he's hiding.
No, not at all. It's ridiculous. I feel like if I'm ascending baseline and I have Tapping Buns on my screen, like I feel like a lot of times I'm very into calling out numbers. It's a 3v2. It's a 3v1. I feel like I'm always trying to give my team the numbers, because based on the numbers, I feel like it's just to decide whether we want to slow the game down or speed it up. If I have Tapping Buns on my team, I don't care if it's a 1v3. I feel like you can win it. He's one of those special players that I feel like in any given 1v1, I feel like he can make a play. And then once that happens, one stick, one false grenade, and he can turn the fight and turn it into a 1v2. Like I feel like Tapping Buns is one of those special players that I'm like, I don't care what the numbers are, because I'm like waiting for him to make a dynamic play.
Yeah, I mean, he walked away with several kills in that play, including the piv inside the B tunnel while he was weak. Somebody missed a melee, I think, on him, but nonetheless, 4v2 and to walk away with a win, being down, in the hills, being down on the clock, not much time to work with, like that was absolutely huge. Yeah, but you're absolutely correct. Tapping is a super unique player. One that's he's almost guaranteed for his like he gets first shot on you, he's gonna kill you, right? He's not somebody you're gonna be able to turn around, kind of pull a bunch of crazy plays off on or something like that. He's super consistent.
And meanwhile, on the other side of things, we got to look at Legion Gaming, and so far, I think they've been fantastic in this series. But I think there's also an area opportunity to recognize where there's an opportunity for growth with Legion Gaming, because it feels like many times they're in the driver's seat and they should be pulling out the win, and something just doesn't go their way, or like one false move and they lose control, and the enemy team's not able to turn back. And it feels like that has kind of been the storyline for Legion Gaming for a little bit too long. And the storyline for Tapping Buns is don't mess with him.
Yeah, beautiful shot comes in from Tapping, but some great grenades from Common. Does grab himself or secure himself two to add to his 5 kills total for the game. So Legion Gaming off to a little bit of a rough start, but Common keeping them in this one so far.
Body shot looking good for Super CC. Little Gators Almost catches the head, but Super CC does a great job of just repositioning and now just keeping Little Gators guessing. And looks like he wants to get aggro on them, but the callouts are going down and there's damage all over the place. The thrust movement was looking real smooth, but Uzi eventually able to get that kill and wants to use that thrust against Ryan Noob. Gets cleaned up real quick, and just like that, 3 down, go ascending baseline.
Yeah, Super CC first one to come off respawn here. He does have 4 kills for his squad. He needs to take his time though. Make sure you get everyone alive. Sure enough, here Super CC does win the PIV. Lots of Legion Gaming playing super aggressive. Something we've seen from them time and time again on all maps. Even when they have this, even when they do have the setups or the ball, they like to just keep the aggression on the enemy team side of the map. Now there's a lot of kind of some philosophy that goes in there. As long as you can take the fight to them and delay long enough that your teammates can respawn before they can push across the map, like it's always just a winning battle.
31-24 at the moment here, but although ascending baseline have the lead, it could be had the lead real soon. Legion Gaming the one scoring, tapping Buns with a clean double kill, and Ryan, who sees that as an opportunity to get aggressive and to take advantage of some of the numbers. 5 shots on one end. Common does win a fight against Ryan Noob, but Suspector does take him down before getting caught with the sticky, and now it's Uzi with the movement, but tapping Buns with the shot. All of the chaos being created on the map. No team wanted to give any advantage. Just there's no brakes on this train.
Yeah, absolutely not. As the game is tied up here, and it just constant mixy back and forth. No player's scared to kind of just give their life to the cause, I guess I'd say, like constantly just doing whatever they can to get the most damage out on the map, open up the map for their teammates, you know, risking their lives, putting their bodies on the line to just get that map control and keep this aggression on the enemy team.
And a full sniper doesn't find any Little Gators, and just like everybody on the map, he is one of those players that can definitely go off with the sniper. As you can see, just snapping onto everybody. The body shots are just seemingly connecting. And you do have 2 players that are just stuck over toward the blue side. Little Gators would love for them to simply walk into his reticle, just like Ryan Noob just did. 2-point advantage for ascending baseline.
Yeah, I mean, Legion Gaming, I think they got ball and snipe and took it over towards blue, but after getting the kills, it was just ascending baseline, spawning in blue, and getting the ball. Able to get just a few points here, but considering they didn't have snipe and were on their back foot the whole time, I think they'll take that. Little Gators had that sniper rifle, but ball gets reset here and gets back into his hands once again. SQT's also, I believe, up here. We'll see how they like to play the new ball. 3 dead for Legion. Little Gators, last guy alive for his team, doing everything he can. Just keep the sniper out of AB's hands.
Ooh, but tapping Buns not only wins that fight, but just said keep it out of his hands. It's not possible. Tapping Buns is here. He has 3 shots with the sniper, and the first one's going to connect almost immediately, but not able to get the clean headshot, maybe forcing that ball to be played outside of the red room side. While Suspector seems like the hunter, it's ultimately the reinforcements of Legion Gaming that are able to take him out, and eventually Super CC lives.
Yeah, lives and walks away with another kill as he picks up a melee trade there. 3 dead for Legion Gaming once again. Tapping Buttons finds the last player alive directly behind him, though, as he picks up that kill. This ball might be getting ready to reset here again, and actually it won't here. Suspector does get a touch once again. Only a minute 30 left on the board, though, as this game has just been non-stop trades. Not a lot of attention being placed on the ball here for the last few minutes.
5-shot of tapping Buns leads to a double kill. With a teammate spawning over toward the bottom tower side, he immediately changes direction and attention toward the cargo side of the map, which is going to pay dividends, as that's exactly where Legion Gaming are spawning and ultimately trying to play through. The pings are going down, and Legion Gaming are getting absolutely melted. And Suspector, he's in their spawn dropping triples. All right.
And you can see the kind of aggression that Legion's tried to play with the whole game is what we're seeing some of the ascending baseline now kind of throw back in their faces here. Suspector had a beautiful flank, kind of snuck his way in. Rather than being like the first aggressor against the spawners of Legion, he kind of came in with a late flank, just cleaned up 3 free kills, allowed his team to get a lot of ball time.
Somehow Legion Gaming able to get a couple favorable spawns and end up infiltrating the base of Red Room, and because of that, we see Legion Gaming scoring, and as you alluded to before, it's not over until it is over, and although Legion Gaming, although ascending baseline only need 20 points or so, Legion Gaming with the setup, they had the sniper, can they slay out?
Yeah, less than a minute now. But it is Legion Gaming scoring down by only 20 points here now as we reach this final stretch. Zuzi's got that sniper rifle playing extremely aggressive. Teamwork or help does come in to finish off that kill, but he gets cleaned up himself by Ryan, who was the ball carrier, who grabs himself a stick as well, which is going to bode really well here as they've got the lead and they don't need any more ball time. It's keep away from here on out.
19-point advantage. Legion Gaming feel like if they can just slay out here, they could grab a hold of that ball. And with 10 seconds off of respawn, another 10 seconds to get activated back on the map, we could see Legion Gaming make something happen. 3 down, go ascending baseline. Uzi gonna actually go straight for this ball, and somehow Super CC spots him over toward the ice side, but he has to make a play for it. Suspector goes right after Little Gators. Super CC ends up getting reactivated right onto Uzi, turns it into a double kill, takes down both of the twins as 3 down go Legion Gaming. So do their chances of round number 1 in this oddball.
Yeah, nice overall play here from ascending baseline. Take round number 1. Heavy slates coming out from Tapping Buns, who we've talked about a lot so far this series. Continuing that same kind of progression here on the stat page. Let's take a look at kind of where he falls towards the end of the scrim overall, but definitely being a standout player.
Round number 1 belongs to ascending baseline, but looks like 3 down. Eventually go both of these rosters. Momentary 1v1. Tapping Buns turns the double into a 3rd eventually. It looks like Zuzi to grab a hold of that sniper, but not be allowed to get away with it. Ryan with the initial damage and also staying alive. Chris Common forced down to the low ground exactly where Suspector wants him, and that nade almost found a home. Meanwhile, Suspector, he's gonna find the oddball.
Finds the oddball, Ryan, with that sniper rifle, looking to see what he can connect on. He's got 14 assists this game, top assist in the board, connects on the headshot onto Uzi, takes him out very quickly, and he's going to be the one to maybe grab ball here. No, looks like they do have some players and pressure still coming in over here towards the cargo side of the map. Lots of action taking place in here towards B. Ryan, who grabs a shot, body shot on there. That'll allow him to try to push this here. Does clean up that kill as well, but ball somehow does get reset. Even after all that work from Ryan, Legion Gaming coming out ahead.
Yeah, and even tried to stop that ball from being rotated away from the top mid side over towards the base of Legion Gaming, but wasn't exactly able to do so. Oh, and Azuzi ripping another pivotal fight out of nowhere. Suspector expecting the high side push, but not expecting him to bust right through the big door side and going early for the challenge. High risk, high reward plays are starting to favor Legion Gaming.
Yeah, you can see finally, though, using some of these kills and numbers advantages to kind of transition that into points here on the board. Little Gators gets the ball, escapes into red, and the rest of Legion trying to keep this aggressor onto the spawners here of ascending baseline towards Cargo and Blue. You get 3 members flying out. They're all weak, but nobody's in position to clean that up. Little Gators plays the ball, but it's Tapping Buns walking away with the triple, make that an almost overkill. But Uzi, great job to clean that one up, keep his team in this.
I don't think we've seen an overkill so far in this series just yet, but we have gotten darn close to multiple different overkills. Meanwhile, Uzi getting very up close and personal towards the players on ascending baseline, and Legion Gaming looking very strong in this round number 2. Much different start than we saw ultimately in that round number 1. A confident Uzi even going up over towards the top middle of the map and putting down damage onto everybody that he can. Off screen though, Tapping Buns with the double. Chris Common gonna try to chase him out. No triple for him, but luckily Ryan is right there to get the cleanup and more importantly, the ball time.
Yeah, Tapping Buttons just hit 30 kills as well. Ryan accumulating some additional ball time here. He's top ball time in the lobby as well, sitting at 55 points and counting now as we're starting to see almost a lead change. A couple members drop now for AB, and Legion Gaming going to be able to grab that ball and bring it over back towards red, leaving Tapping Buttons in a tough spot, but some great shots come in, and Chris Common gets taken down.
Looks like Super CC gonna join tapping buns. He gets the kill. Tapping buns yet puts yet another one on the board. And just when you thought ascending baseline were in a not advantageous position, somehow they take control. Almost like that player was idle for a second there, as a 37-23 lead for Legion Gaming, and Little Gators having no idea that Super CC was back red with the sniper.
And nice shot by Super CC to try to rotate away with this sniper rifle. Grabbed himself one. He sees the player right below him. Does connect on another no scope, putting 3 dead for Legion Gaming and immediately picking up that ball.
Scoring once again here is ascending baseline. Suspector in his 1v1 against Zuzi, he gets his, and the nades to keep calm and out of that fight is huge for him to ultimately get his shields back, and now lives to see yet another engagement. Because he's able to get his shields back, he trades out his life, which is ultimately more value than you see Super CC getting a crazy trade as well, and that's again what some of the best players in the world do. They're able to trade out their lives when they honestly have no business doing so.
Oh yeah, both of those scenarios look like kills they should have absolutely not been able to get away with. Suspector picks up that huge kill over in Crypto, getting the extra shot melee to actually secure the trade, which was very unexpected. On top of that, the sticky grenade coming in was huge as well. That could have easily gone awry there. Yeah, almost a tie game with a minute 40 left in the game. It's either Legion Gaming tying this up, but keep in mind, you know, in a best of 11, it's 1st to 6. If they don't close out this round here, they're finding themselves in a very tough spot.
Enemy has the ball.
Early lead here still for Legion Gaming.
Enemy has the ball.
Chasing down Zuzi, ends up getting the assist. The Suspector doesn't know that Little Gators was also hiding right behind the cylinder, and with that they're able to get the kills, but Super CC actually intercepted his ball. That ball was about to be thrown off the map by Legion Gaming. Literally Super CC just intercepted it right before it went off the map.
Yeah, and that's going to give them an opportunity to regain the lead here and be able to play that ball should the situation arise here with the push and aggression from Legion Gaming. But as we say that, 2-3 dead momentarily for both teams. Legion Gaming coming off respawn a little bit faster. The play ball comes in from Super CC, and he likes to just run and try to extend his life as much as possible. Does finally get picked off though, but still right back to a pretty mixy tie game with just under a minute now.
Legion Gaming finding the opening 2 picks, and suddenly the map just kind of swings in their favor, and with less than a minute on the clock, every point, every damage, every bit of life does end up mattering right now. And so far it's Legion Gaming that feel dominance in this last quarter of the game. Another 3 down go ascending baseline, and it's Legion Gaming that should be able to take the lead, and eventually they're gonna have to try to play the shot clock against ascending baseline, but they're perfectly capable of doing so. 3 down again, go AB.
Ball dropped.
Yeah, Legion Gaming scoring, looking to send this into a round number 3. Some great snipe shots come in from Yuzi, and he immediately rotates over towards the ball with only 37 seconds left. Even though they're in the lead, they're looking to build upon this lead and cushion here, have a little bit more flexibility heading into the final stretch.
It was like Uzi actually has no plans to play the shot clock, with him dropping down over toward the mid-map. And in a very baitable position, though. Love this position for Legion Gaming, keeping that ball in your sights, using your nades, using your bandages to bait it out. And with that, ascending baseline just at the straight line over towards this bottom mid. And if it resets, that's going to be game over.
Yeah, on top of that, Comet's got Sniper. He only got 1 shot left to use, but we've seen how just deadly he is with this weapon. Ryan Noob spawns very close. Isn't able to connect on that shot with ball resetting as well. It's in a very vulnerable position. Ryan Noob not able to grab that, and sure enough, that's going to be round number 3.
I mean, with how close this matchup has been between these 2 juggernauts, are we surprised that it's going to a round number 3 in Oddball? Because I feel like we shouldn't be. It's been incredible for both of these rosters. Meanwhile, it's kind of Legion Gaming and more, it feels like a must-win situation for them. You said in the best of 11, 6 wins is all that it takes in order to make it mathematically impossible for your opponent to win. And Ascending Baseline are 2 games away from literally just that.
Yeah, game starts up though. Zuzi is able to get that sniper rifle, and Legion and Gaming in position to grab the ball, bring it over towards red with the last 2 players of ascending baseline here, and the rest of the team split away. They're able to pick up a couple extra kills and split the team.
Big body shot onto tapping. Down to 1 shot, not able to find the exact pick there, but still has that sniper and still hawking down that angle, and every single body shot is devastating to anybody trying to rotate from ascending baseline, except for Ryan, who avoids the S7 sniper, and with the sidekick looking like the main character, he sends Little Gators packing. Nade's gonna keep Common out of the fight. Super CC now looking to reintroduce himself to the map, while Ryan, who continues to just put down damage.
And even though Little Gators hit 3 body no-scopes there, 2 on tapping buns alone, it wasn't enough and nobody in position to kind of capitalize on that damage. And Ryan Noob able to kind of push up on the map, sneak into the base, take out the sniper rifle player, and completely flip the setup.
During the qualifier, it was ultimately ascending baseline that pulled off a 4-3 win against this very Legion Gaming roster, King of the Hill. But right now, it is anything but easy here. Another game might just go down to the wire. We are already in round number 3. We could be looking at a 99 to 98 scenario, 199 scenario with how crazy things have been. Legion Gaming, the one scoring, tapping buttons, trying to get that ball out of their hands.
Tapping buttons trying to get the ball out of their hands at the same time, trying to drop 50 kills in back-to-back games, as he's just been the main slayer here for this roster. Ball will be played off the map as Tapping still down here hunting for these kills that do get cleaned up, but that should give the intel. The rest of the players are coming off spawn over towards red here for Legion Gaming, and Tapping Bun is on the hunt.
Great damage. Big 5 shot. That's a double kill. Oh, make it a triple. He looks like he wants more. He's hungry. Zuzi, do not challenge this man.
Enemy has the ball.
You know, and you want the smoke. Tapping Buns is somebody that wants all of the smoke, and you can see he's already fighting now 3 players coming off spawn towards blue. Now, one damaging part, though, is even though they got all those kills, they weren't able to get the ball in really kind of a safe place that forced Legion Gaming to have to kind of push across the whole map. And that is going to, even though we're seeing them getting back into this game or actually take the lead, it's going to be Legion Gaming that might be able to battle out ahead in this scenario.
Only 1 point separating both of these rosters, and meanwhile, Tapping Buttons finds the backside of Common, and just like in MMA, you just don't give up your back. In Halo, as Tapping Buttons continues to grind forward here. A couple of shots end up in his backside, but he's still able to respond to the callouts, and despite being 1 shot, gets his kill and the ball.
Yeah, on top of that, Super CC cleans up the kill over towards bottom middle, which will allow Tapping Bun to have free reign with this ball and accumulating ball time. He's at 52 kills already, and we're only halfway through this round.
Tapping Buns almost has as many kills as his team has points in this oddball. It's actually crazy to think about that as just a number itself. 52 kills for Tapping Buns, 53 points for ascending baseline, but it could be Legion Gaming that usurped them in the scoreboard, as they're the ones that ultimately continue to score. With Little Gators just camping the perimeter, hitting shot after shot, doesn't matter whether it's a sniper or the bandit, damage is going down. Little Gators ends up putting ascending baseline 3 down. Zuzi continued to score, but it is, of course, Suspector that comes in, gets himself a kill, and if he would have got that stick, I probably would have started screaming.
And Little Gators got so much damage with that sniper output. I'm wondering if it's going to be enough to, like, what's like the same kind of scenario we saw earlier. Is it enough to really kind of break and disrupt the map when a lot of that damage is just never getting cleaned up?
Some way, somehow, you got to take advantage. If your team is your teammate is just hitting shots, you got to be right there with them. You have to activate through them. So far, we didn't see that, at least not in the last sequence, but there's still plenty of opportunity. It was a tied-up game, sending baseline barely taking the lead. Zuzi taking a direct route right through the middle. Finally, he's going to go off route and maybe throw a bit of a curveball into this as he runs into 2 different players. BXBs his way into a trade. Uzi decided to dance with Ryan Noob, and he said, all right, you stay over there.
Yeah, both players electing to back down from that engagement. Uzi's trying to get into blue, kind of affect his teammate Spawn, get close to the ball, but Super CC wins a pivotal 1v1 battle that'll allow them to start securing ball time once again, building up on the lead as we reach the final moments here of this game. Closing in on 80 points, a lot of clock left, but it's going to be the score to win that is Legion Gaming's enemy here now.
83 points here for ascending baseline, 59 kills and 28 assists out of Tapping Buttons, who is just putting on a show right now. I say that, but ascending baseline, momentary forward down. Ryan Noob having to win the 1v1 against Zuzi, gets put down on a stretcher. Legion Gaming, the one scoring over toward the back blue side, and it's ascending baseline. You feel confident, you know you need one break, but right now Legion Gaming starting to heat up just a bit. Both teams go 2 down. Uzi's about to take the lead for Legion Gaming. We're about to see highway robbery here on Lettuce.
Yeah, as you can see, the final kills coming in. This means everything. 2 dead for each team, 10 to win. They're both stacked up here around the ball. Tapping Buttons got QT. He's pushing into the base. He's in a 1v2. The help's coming in. Both kills do get cleaned up. That'll allow Suspected to grab the ball, but he's got players all around him. He doesn't know where he wants to go with this per se. He does get it back into blue with a lot of clock left. They know they need to just battle this one out. They can't try to hold for 16 seconds. They need to get the kills.
Legion Gaming deciding to play with fire, and you are bound to get burnt if you do that time and time again. Zuzi wondering where that first melee ended up going, and because of that gets meleeed himself, and oh man, I was about to say, if he got his shields back, that would have been terrible for Tapping Buttons, but his teammates are there. Common little Gators now rotating in over toward the cargo side. There is enough time for them to ultimately fight out of this, but Tapping Buttons maybe a bit hesitant, ends up getting caught because of that. 3 down go ascending baseline. Suspector cannot allow to get this free ball time. He has to fly on in despite the fact knowing that there's 2 or 3 players in there. He has to try to get the ball, but he can't. He can't.
And even though Tapping dropped 61 kills, it wasn't enough in that game to finish off those final moments and give Ascending Baseline that 5-2 series lead. That allows Legion Gaming to steal another game and send this to a highly contested 1-6 series.
Wow. And honestly, you know, firm handshakes and hand claps for everybody in this daggone lobby throughout this entire series here. I mean, again, Tapping Buttons, 61 kills, 30 assists. Yeah, guys, your eyes do not deceive you. That is a 31.0 KDA, and not even in the win, which is even probably more baffling. Back-to-back 40 kills out of Super CC and Suspector. On the other side of things, you have 2 damn near 50 bombs out of Little Gators in common. The one thing that stands out to me is the amount of ultimately the deaths and the assist that Little Gators has, and the opposite, you know, a ton of assists, very little deaths. That's a 17.3 KDA out of him. If you take Tapping Buttons' godlike game out of that, I mean, you're looking at Little Gators as the MVP in the entire lobby. It just so happens that Tapping Buttons is, I mean, he's from another planet, man. he's out of this world, bro.
Yeah, I think he had 16k something damage that game as well. It was 2 or 3k more than anyone else in the lobby. No one else even broke 50, right? He's at 61. Definitely huge game from Tapping. You know, and one of those ones where some of these scenarios, you know, it comes down to just one scenario at the end of the game a lot of times, and that goes a little bit differently. It could definitely kind of pan out in another way, but those are 2 rounds where I think AB was like in winning position of all 3 rounds and only took the first one, and then outside of that, Legion Gaming definitely playing extremely well. And really, these games, especially these oddballs, I feel like being determined most of the time is just literally by the sniper rifle with the amount of body shots, and you know, there's so many open lanes that have to cross on Lattice. You know, when you've got a sniper in window, it can just do that kind of damage. It makes it extremely difficult. So the fact that they were able to do that, being down in such a tough spot in all those rounds, was impressive as well.
And mind you, Sunday Baseline still technically up in the series right now. It's 4-3. All ultimately that Legion Gaming was able to do was put themselves within striking distance of the actual scoreboard with the Sunday Baseline. I'm taking a look at some of the stats right now, and right now it's Tapping Buttons, the only player that's in that 200 kill conversation throughout the entire series. He has 199 kills. To put that in perspective, the next amount of highest kills to that is Zuzi with 167. So I mean, damn near almost 40 kills more than the next person. It just tells you, a 1.31 KD out of him. Next to that is a 1.09. Like the numbers that he are putting up right now is like just superstar numbers, and there's a lot to be shown here, but as far as the stats wise for everybody. Like I think there's everybody in the lobby has really had their time to shine, whether with the sniper or crazy multi kills or multiple almost overkills that we saw. But to me, one shining light consistently has been tapping buttons.
Yeah, because you can see, take a look at some of his stat pages, and like we discussed, definitely sitting, ahead above everyone else as far as the total kill column, total damage column. I think one interesting note as well is he's actually just so objective efficient at the same time, as well as doing the slaying. So it's not just kind of like one or the other type format or a hit or a miss type game. It's consistently top frag, top objective, which is definitely very valuable, when you're looking at some of these rosters.
Well, we're waiting for this matchup to continue here. 7 games down. By the way, still 4 more to go, might I say, which is absolutely crazy to think. And it's a situation where the way things have been going, I feel like we would not be surprised if this ends up being like 6-5 at the end of the score. I mean, it really has been back and forth this whole time. And when Ascending Baseline took a 2-game lead, that's when I was like, oh, wait, are they going to run away with it here? And Legion Gaming said, no, we're here this entire time. In fact, watch us steal away this Lattice game.
Yeah, I mean, and that Lattice game was so much, right? Being down 0-1 from the first round and potentially being down 5-2 in the overall series through that game alone, as opposed to this 4-3 we find ourselves in, and going into a Slayer with a potential momentum shift. This is definitely exactly what Legion Gaming wants.
And is this a Slayer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. For the first time, this is crazy to think about because we've been doing this for quite some time. For the first time in our pro straight ripping game nights or watch parties here, we see a Slayer being scrimmed.
Yeah, definitely one. We've had some conversations around Slayers, how it gets treated in scrims versus, kind of tournament gameplay. I think the cool part about this is, while it is a scrim, it's almost a little bit more than a scrim as well, with, definitely what we talked about with what's being on the line here for these teams, especially this late in the series, where this is either going to be a tied up 4-4 scenario, or it's going to be Ascending Baseline, taking a 5-3 lead, looking to close this one out, especially with how they're feeling about that last game. This is going to be a tightly contested Slayer.
4 kills between them here, and Tapping Buttons the leading man as far as the slays right now for his team. Zeus on the other side, 6-4 himself, and Ascending Baseline looking just to hold on to this 3-kill advantage. Common somehow finding an entry over towards the mid-map without being spotted, and multiple are weak over toward the B street side. So Zuzi says, why not take advantage of this? I'm playing SWAT right now with the double kill, almost a triple.
Oh, I almost walked away with 4 kills there, but with the spawns coming off towards Cafe, it looks like Ascending Baseline does clean up a couple of these kills as well. Big 1v1 battle. Super CC might have been the one was supposed to lose that, but does come away with a trade. Camo in 3 seconds. Zuzi's got Stalker Rifle in his hands as well. You can see the kill feed. Little Gators grabbed himself 1. This is going to be a big battle. Nice grenades come in. And sure enough, that's going to give opportunity to AB to maybe grab this camo.
Time of 22 apiece here. Suspector not able to get away with the camouflage. That is a huge shutdown and a big lead swap going the way of Legion Gaming until Ryan New comes in late and is able to give them back the lead. 1 kill advantage for Ascending Baseline. But with Legion Gaming the ones coming off a spawn, I would actually love to hop into their comms and find out how do they respond to adversity.
Absolute ATM blinking.
ATM went pink, boys. Yo, tire gen, hey, bottom A side. Bottom A weak.
Weak.
still there, still there, Jake.
And then
Dead.
pink killed me. Pink killed me.
To where, Gabe? To where, Gabe?
He's bottom C and pink somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah,
Disruptor.
top
Yo,
side.
two left. One near Mando.
Driveway, 2 of them, bro.
Yeah, I played bottom C.
They're gonna be driveway on you. Maybe driveway Mando.
Let's
Yo,
say driveway, let's say driveway, Jake.
tires banging me out. Laundry killed me.
No one drive. Dead.
Watch out.
Tires, taste.
No one B.
Three. It's three. B.
Euro weak. Euro one shot.
He went back to
I spawned Ivy.
Red room sitting there, and there's still two.
Almost
like,
plants.
Watch out, B. Watch out, B.
One shot. One cheese. One shot.
Now, guys.
Red room still. Ryan. One shot. Red room still. One shot. Ryan.
Yeah, I played mid map. Tires weak.
Yeah, I capped him one shot.
One shot tires and bottom mid.
Watch out, bottom C.
Laundry
Watch
to
out, watch out,
tires.
front
Two. Bottom mid again.
ATM
and
and
tires. ATM and tires.
You can't really go forward, Jake. They're peach.
I don't
see
two
ATM.
purple. Two
Jake,
purple.
I'm
One
here.
plants. Two purple. One plants.
Danger weak. Danger one shot.
He didn't play.
One shot
purple.
cap. I'm one shot, bro. He might kill me, bro.
Yeah, you're good, Jake. You're good, Jake.
3P1.
B pillar, one shot. One shot.
Kill me.
He's gonna die.
Gonna be one more B, I think.
He's
Plants
plants in pink. Plants in pink.
Danger, one shot.
So we still hear the same level of intensity from Legion Gaming. However, I also definitely tell you, here's a little bit of frustration, things not going their way, and you can definitely tell within the comms that, when a kill doesn't get picked up or a lane doesn't get addressed by one of the teammates, you're gonna get frustrated. It seems like maybe not on the same page at all times, where maybe a little bit more small talking would help us get there, as Ryan Noob almost gets a sneaky back there, still ends up getting the assist for that, and I believe was rewarded with the camouflage.
Lots of pretty crazy back and forth trades coming out here. As you see, Yuzi wins a huge one onto Suspector. Ryan Noob staying alive in the tires area there as well in that engagement. 3-kill game. Still anybody's to take here. Like we talked about, what's on the line for as we reach the final part of who is able to take the entire series score. Ryan Noob is the one to escape with that camo. He's got one repulse to work with, and he listens to probably some good comms coming in. Cleans up 2 kills and finally decides to activate and jump in on this camo. Taking the lead now as well, though, with a 5-kill lead. Still plenty of camo to work with, too. This should be a position where they can try to close this out.
5 kills advantage once again as Super CC comes in with the Stalker rifle and turns that immediately into a double kill. And that's the type of conversion you're looking for. Why not make it 3, says Super CC. 49 on the board, and ultimately now it's ascending baseline, just looking for the final kill here. Legion Gaming not completely out of it, but you have run out of runway. There is no more rooms for mistakes.
And tapping with Stalker rifle and plenty of ammo to work with here. The push coming in, cleanup does come through, and that is going to be ascending baseline now, taking a 5-3 lead. Definitely needed that win to kind of break some of the momentum I think Legion Gaming's had here since we opened up the scrim. I'll also say, Tony, one interesting note is I think that's the first game that we didn't see tapping have 50 kills.
Well, that would have been kind of ridiculous if we saw that once again. And I also will say, in the Slayers, if there's one player that you need to watch out for, a player that's going to pop off, it's going to be Super CC. It feels like he just has an advanced understanding of Slayer. It always has, even going back to year 1 Fnatic days. It feels like he's always been a phenomenal Slayer player. 16 kills, 10 assists, 10.3 KDA. That is not a coincidence. That is a player that just understands how to win Slayer games, which a lot of times can win you series.
It's like a front page news scenario. You got most kills, least deaths, most assists. And whenever you got a player putting that kind of thing up with the most damage as well, which he had, just being a huge impact. We talked about that for tapping quite a few times, but now, like you said, Super CC stepping up in a big way when it counts as well, because that could be a Game 5 Slayer for all intents and purposes as these things are, considered and as we're preparing to head into Atlanta. So Super CC, I actually agree with you as well. He, for whatever reason, he has been known, or it kind of recalls to me as well, like he's always had really good Slayer games. Not that he's not great at objective, but he's definitely more comfortable, I think, when the game is revolving around exactly what he wants to do and there's no other kind of big objectives getting in the way.
And I think I actually just heard production let me know that there's a capture the flag coming up next, and you kind of hinted at it before, where you talked about sending baseline looking very, very good in the capture the flag game modes. We saw them. I think it was on Origin. A quick, maybe just over a 3-minute game on Origin. Went 3-1. We saw Aquarius within 3 minutes. They were up 3-1, and shortly after that, ended up finishing out that game, and now ultimately going into Empyrean. We'll see what Ascending Baseline can do, and you can do a lot when you have Rockets and a Super CC.
Yeah, another great opening start here for AB as they get Rockets and OS. You see that player flying in. Ryan Noob already going for the flagpole as well. He's got a player with Rockets covering him. Player lifting up towards top tower. That's going to be common. Super CC likes to not use the rocket. They're actually like that as well. That player being no shields. He has to use this next rocket as he doesn't want to risk going down with it. It does pay off as I think he connected with that rocket. Cleans up the kill on the sniper rifle player. Could very well guarantee this capture. Ryan elects to not push forward with the cap. Wait for his teammates' help, trying to get some damage and distractions now. Sure enough, good enough decision to secure this flag number 1.
And they would love to stay alive here. They would love to not give Legion Gaming an opportunity to get a counter cap, but just because you want that doesn't mean you're guaranteed to have it. As that flag goes in, it looks like a flag being pulled by Legion Gaming, and they immediately go 3 down. The final player, though, S1, and Suspector being an absolute nuisance, slowing that flag down completely, enough for Tapping Buns to come in and take down Uzi. Super CC does the same to Little Gators, and now Zuzi takes down Tapping Buns, but you still have the rest of Ascending Baseline to deal with. Super CC gets a double kill and rip the dream of the counter cap from Legion Gaming.
Yeah, he was 16-9 last game. He's starting this one up 5-2, make that 5-3 as he just gets melted by these players coming off spawn towards tower. There's a trade over towards Sword, a 2v2 scenario once again, but as Tapping wins that piv, it's going to open up the map for him to get back in Legion Gaming's base once again.
As much as we talked about Ascending Baseline maybe having a bit of an advantage when going into capture the flag, for some reason on Empyrean, Legion Ascending Baseline actually don't have the advantage. Actually, it was Empyrean that, I'm sorry, excuse me, I apologize. It was actually Legion Gaming that we won them during the qualifiers right here on Empyrean. So we'll see if things continue to go that way. As of right now, Ascending Baseline have a huge advantage. Zuzi does pull this flag for Legion Gaming, but it feels like more of to deny a win condition from Ascending Baseline, who currently have or had control. Legion Gaming finding the kills that matter.
Yeah, the map's definitely been split, vertically, essentially, as you're taking a look. OS and Rockets, though, being in the hands of AB, I feel like I like their position almost a little bit more here than Ascending Baseline, especially having a lead in the game already. Connects with both of the Rockets and makes it a triple kill as both Common also goes down almost and over, but Zuzi, with a little bit of a crouch hop strafe in there, shuts that one down.
Ryan was like, where the heck did those first nade, where did that nade go? Like, he was trying to get a remote detonation off of the first grenade, and it was just eating his shots as the flag's still alive here. Ryan duking it out. Big double kill for the killing spree. Oh, but the sniper even better in the hands of Uzi.
Suspector, is that Super CC? Yeah, Super CC trying to do what he can to stop the flagpole. Once again, grabs 1 kill, which should buy some extra time.
Wow.
But with Uzi with the sniper here, that's 4 dead for Ascending Baseline, and we're all tied up once again.
Just fantastic instincts out of Uzi there. Many after the first kill would have went in and tried to pull that flag, but he had understanding there was one more player, and if he takes them down, it's a free flag cap as opposed to him just touching and dying. So love that out of Uzi, and now defense ultimately turns into offense. You defend your base, now you're on the opposite side of the map. Applying pressure is Common and Legion Gaming, but Super CC will survive and defend from the tower side.
Push was, it got a little bit sloppy. They opened up Courtyard. I mean, they just forced spawns everywhere, and with Courtyard being open, even though they were trying to maintain tower, they kind of left too far and couldn't shoot those players off spawn. Just came back to bite them a little bit, but beautiful play from Suspector. He's going to turn a scenario where he should have got nothing into 2, putting 4 dead for Legion as the flag is being pulled. The sniper in their hands as well. They kill the first spawner, probably the second here, as well as Suspector's got a cross on the map. Will go down, but that flag is absolutely going in.
That was absolutely unreal from Suspector's repulse play while one shot to just hop over the enemy to stay alive to the pull. Everything about that was absolutely incredible. And ascending baseline definitely moving in flow state. Raidu not able to get the trade, but teammates are there. Uzi going sky high to take down Suspector and tapping Buns, using the chaos as a decoy, as a distraction, enough for him to go after Overshield. And instead of going a more direct route, he's actually going to go wider on the perimeter, while Zuzi was able to get away with 2 rockets.
Ooh, nice rocket by Zuzi. Does pick up Suspector. He's top tower. Wasn't trying to commit to that too hard, but the rockets are too clean. Makes that 2 tapping Buttons. Rather than pushing and trying to pull the flag, elects to rotate back to his base with the Overshield, and some great teamwork comes out from Legion Gaming to completely shut that down as well. With new snipers getting ready to spawn and Suspector still down here. I think Legion Gaming's going to tie this up again.
I mean, the flag has already made it toward the flag plat, but so has Orion Noob, fresh off of taking down Zuzi, avoids the grenades from Little Gators, and you can tell he would love to try to get this return, but it may just start with pulling this flag off, or using the sidekick to almost get the trade. Uzi goes down, Suspector on the return, and what felt like should have been a flag cap for Legion Gaming is just stuffed by ascending baseline.
Yeah, that one's gonna hurt a little bit, Tony, for sure. That looked like it had every reason to go in, and Ryan Noob just made some incredible plays to actually stop that. Tapping Buttons in Sword, found himself in a tough spot, elected to throw the sniper rifle off the map, but after a good flank, walks away with 2 additional kills again here. As we head with just over 5 minutes left to play, but only 1 cap for AB left to go. Sniper rifle player gets taken out. Suspector's found his opening to get into the base. And as you've got Legion Gaming kind of just skipping a little bit of steps, thinking they can contest, but they got players in their faces here. Questionable nade comes in. I think it does stop the flag run, but Ryan may still be able to keep this one moving.
I mean, the flag is still alive and kicking at the moment, but Super CC's down to 1 shot, and that nade is going to keep him at 1 shot, despite having the sniper. Teammates, though, finding kills. Common and Uzi doing the same. Back-to-back kills from Legion Gaming. Oh, Super CC with a quick scope, and if he was able to turn and burn Little Gators, maybe that flag stays alive, but the return is here, and Little Gators now has a turn with the sniper.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate as well. I think Super CC kind of played back a little bit. He may have known that flank was coming in, or at least when he could have maybe predicted. OS and Rocket spawning once again. It's going to be OS going to A, B, but Rocket's going over to Legion Gaming here. Super CC, however, pushes immediately towards the Rockets. Will be able to use one for himself, but not able to connect on the player's top tower. They've got 2 players of Legion Gaming, the last 2 alive, playing super aggressive in their base. They have Repulsor, but with all that damage, 3 go down, and flag is moving once again. That is probably going to do it.
Almost there. Could be the final flag cap. Everybody from Legion Gaming just stuck on their side of the map. Suspector gonna punch in the 3rd and final flag cap here for ascending baseline. And at this point, we don't know if they're gonna continue this series here for the extra practice. What I can tell you is ascending baseline have now made it mathematically impossible for Legion Gaming to be taking home your prize pool. Everybody from ascending baseline be walking out with a little bit of money in their pockets. And Ryan Noob, your leading slayer for this game, 19 and 13, 6 assists, 8.0 KDA. The man's been playing this map for damn near 20 years. No wonder why he feels comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, you could just tell it really was kind of the experience, I think, on that map that was the difference maker. Most of ascending baseline's caps came from just getting into the enemy team's mauler, pulling flags whenever the opportunity presented itself. And it almost felt like Legion Gaming, they had their ample opportunities of like controlling ascending baseline's base, their tower, pulling flags, but it wasn't as clean of spawn control. And you could tell a few times when they were splitting spawns and getting the jump on the players, it was just a little bit too much. So they could have been a lot cleaner for them. I think one interesting note as well, Tony, is that was a game type similar to Recharge Strongholds earlier that Legion actually won in the qualifiers. So now we're seeing a reverse here for the first time on one of those game types that they originally matched up on.
Yeah, I think I see some movement going on in the chat right now. In fact, it is Timmy Forges coming in with the 800 bits. Gotta love that. Timmy Forges, in case you don't recognize the name, actually the mastermind behind the map Lattice, which gave us a very good couple of games so far in this series. Definitely get some W Timmy Forges in the chat. Fantastic forger, especially when it comes around making some of the great competitive maps that we play on. And his response, I'm sorry, and or you're welcome for Lattice, depending on how you feel about it. That's a great way to look at it.
Ball incoming.
And it looks like we do have some more practice in store here as we are heading into Recharge Oddball now. As you can see, like we said, ascending baseline, they are up 6-3 in the series. Will be the ones to go away with the cash grab. But now it's all Atlanta on everyone's mind here. Even more important than where we started.
And it looks like Spectre first able to get away with the shock rifle, combining it with the camouflage. But as he goes down, Common has to get aggro. Spectre robbing him of that ball with the grapple. Big kill, big play. And looks like he actually still has some camo left, so I'd love to see him pass that over to somebody else, but I'm guessing it's probably going to expire here soon.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, it looks like he just wants to get this scrappy time here, even though he's got shock and camo. All eyes on the prize, just getting as much ball time as possible. A couple members go down, maybe looking at a play ball scenario here shortly. Still having camo is actually crazy. It just now finally expires, so he gets a little bit of extra use out of it to grab one additional kill. But now we're seeing what Little Gators can do.
1-1 advantage here for ascending baseline early in round number 1. But as we know about Oddball, it is a battle of attrition. Easy, the longest game mode that we have in our circuit. As Big on Super CC taking down the Zuzi that was running away, and Suspector now getting reactivated on the map with the shock. Bandit out front. Common avoids the grenades. He actually drops down over toward the battery sides and guarantees kill against Ryan Noob in a trade. And Suspector says, I'm just going to take some more free ball time, having most ball time for his team at the moment.
Yeah, even though he's got the weapons, the kills, the camo, he's got all the ball time as well. It's been all eyes, like we said, set on the prize. He knows what it takes to win these games here. Not able to connect with those shock rifles on the no-scope or walk away with a trade here, giving Legion an opportunity to start some scoring once again. As these players are pushing top gold, though, Common's waiting with a shock rifle, gets one, but tapping comes away with the other.
That was actually a nasty shot with the shock, and I thought he was actually going to go for 2 right there. But eventually 4 quickly go down for ascending baseline, and Legion Gaming get away with the ball, get away with the lead, and get away with a gold side setup.
Yeah, with camo coming up in 3 seconds here, we'll see how they like to play it. They do want to get the ball time. We'll go ahead and drop it for a second, trying to get some extra damage down. They don't want to let ascending baseline get this camo here for free. Now they're electing to change the playstyle a little bit. They recognize we got ascending baseline getting really far up here on the map. They've got players getting into their faces here. I like to just play the ball now. Finally, the push comes in. One melee misses. A cleanup comes through. And now with Suspector having camo, picking up that kill, that puts 3 dead. And once again, it's almost like deja vu here, Tony. Suspector, camo, grapple play, ball, and walking away with some more time.
Yeah, never seen a player have like the most time with the shock and the camo in his hands, and also have the most ball time for his team as well. Suspector, very unselfish with the play, but eventually we do see that ball in the hands of Ryan Noob, and we also see Little Gators in the crew able to get rid of the camo and also get shock in their hands.
Yeah, Suspector trying to make a sneaky play, hiding in the corner of gold, but gets sniffed out by Little Gator. Doesn't last for very long, though, as he does get cleaned up, allowing Tapping Bun to get shock and grapple here. As they clean up 3 kills, they recognize exactly where Legion Gaming is coming off spawn, and Tapping Buns is not looking to slow up here.
Perfect shots. What we've grown to love and see out of Tapping Buns. He's right back to his main slaying self and definitely does most of the work in the objective. While you focus on the OBJ, Tapping Buns just stacks up those kills. However, Chris Common ripping right through him, and that shock, which seems cursed at the moment right now, finds the hands of Common. 52-48 favor of Legion Gaming. Looks like a sending baseline, about to make some plays, fresh off of the Ryan Dubinsta.
Nice nades coming in here from Common. Cleans up one. Still got the shock to work with, but only one bullet in the chamber. We'll see what kind of damage you can put out here with this one as the push is starting to come in. Does connect on the shot. Two players get in. Little Gators cleans up one. Got players below them. I think Gators gets two, but ultimately it is a setting baseline breaking the setup here of A.
Ryan Noob tried to rotate that ball over toward the A side. Goes an entirely different route and demands control of the goal side of the map. Meanwhile, Tapping Buns flies into a well-prepared Common. And with Tapping Buns and Zuzi going down on both sides, looks like numbers are a bit even. Whoa, those nades landing on target, but somehow Suspector survives long enough for Common to come in and eventually put him down. Tapping Buns now fighting for his life over on the bat ledge side of things, or excuse me, the nade side of things. Ryan Noob with a win. Common with the cleanup. Suspector now involved, and it's the chaos that we talk about. It gets chaotic when these two teams are involved.
Yeah, and I think going back to that gold play, Suspector was trying to get the ball out of battle edge into batteries, but there were so many grenades, it did not let the ball move at all. Completely shot it back into gold pipes, and now Legion Gaming is walking away with both the lead as we reach into the final stretch here. 70 points to 54 points. You do have one dead for Suspector, so you can see setting baseline. They're trying to wait for some numbers, get some good damage trades out. Super CC does clean up one kill, allows the push to come in through top A, but two go dead. And I don't think it's going to be enough here to make any kind of break.
75-54 lead. Read down once again. Go ascending baseline. Common just barely avoided the nades, but another Instasplode. Ryan Noob is the king of Instasplodes here in Halo Infinite. Somewhere out there, while she just has a quick head nod.
That was actually insane because Ryan Noob was stuck catwalk, like in between two players with like a third one looking at him, I feel like, and somehow he walked away with two kills from an impossible scenario that started with the Instasplode. I think it truly was his only out, like in that scenario, and he made it work. So that was absolutely insane. If they come back in this round, it started with that play.
I think Ryan tweeted it out last weekend, like, because I don't know how I haven't made a montage of all my Instasplodes and like the reaction to pros when they get hit by them, because it happens so freaking often. It's insane, as final points do end up going down. Despite all the Instasplodes in the world, they're not going to stop Legion Gaming from taking round one.
Yeah, definitely did all he could to kind of battle back from that position, but not enough at the end of the day, as Legion Gaming does close out round number one here in the Recharge Oddball. Lots of action taking place in the middle of the map towards Camo, but as we say that three go down, Tapping Buns, the last player alive, worked on a flank, but it's not going to be enough to secure Camo or get a burn here. Zuzi will escape with that. Now grapple shot Camo in the hands of Legion Gaming.
Shock and Camo, a dangerous combination here. Right over toward the battery side, Super CC ends up getting connected on. Eventually, Zuzi does find the kill. Great damage going down. Players are sneaking over towards gold. You're caught Tapping Buns, but can you catch Ryan Noob? And so far, everybody getting pieced up on the map, and Legion Gaming thriving because of it. 21 unanswered points for Legion Gaming. Spawn trap and everything. Elamite, I know you love that.
You can just tell, yeah, setting baseline not able to kind of regain their footing here. When you get a player controlling needles who's not taking damage from anyone on the map, it's going to be so hard to break out of any sort of setup from the opposing teams here. 38 points on the board just from that opening shot Camo play here from Legion Gaming. You know, almost making it halfway through the round already off just, you know, something that happened that gets set up from the opening break.
A lot of the casual fans of Halo Infinite maybe not all that familiar with the names on Legion Gaming. You probably looked at this ascending baseline roster and maybe even thought it could have been a blowout, especially with some of the pro scrims that we've seen so far, which have gone heavily in favor of one team. But I think Legion Gaming definitely impressed a lot of people here today with their just ability to go toe-to-toe even against the likes of Ascending Baseline. A killing spree being earned by Common. Now goes in for the double. Although gets stuck, it's a 2-for-1 special that leads to a 3 down for Ascending Baseline.
Yeah, Ascending Baseline not able to find any points here to open this one up as they go 2 dead once again. 2v2 scenario. Another trade comes in. Tapping looking to see what kind of cleanups he can find. Does discover a player here hiding back C. Legion Gaming, they're perfectly comfortable taking their time here now. Like, everything is in their hands. It's their game to lose or win depending on how they approach the rest of this one. Common picks up a huge 1v1 piv on to Tapping buttons, with Camel coming up as well. Super CC's got to be able to grab it, but will he be able to live? And sure enough, he does get taken out.
And one thing you have to do is mitigate the amount of camouflages your opponent are able to get. Even if you're not able to get them yourself, just pulling it off of the map is one win condition that you take off of the board when dealing against the likes of Ascending Baseline. And so far, the Bandits on Bandit fights have been starting to favor Legion Gaming. I will say, not playing that ball might bite them. No, does he catch it? Oh my gosh, they got the 4 down, and Common was looking for the interception.
Yeah, you could see they wanted to try to catch that by any means necessary if possible. But great job by Ascending Baseline to cut down that angle or that out here for Legion. And while they've yet to score any points, it's still by no means over, finding themselves in a tough spot. But yeah, it's going to be a tall order here now.
That's way too many players going down. Zuzi able to take down 2 by himself, and Super CC down to 1 shot, and it's every single player that is on the map from Legion Gaming. It feels like they're shooting like this. They're on recharge. Ascending Baseline really struggling to get anything going their way, at least in round number 2. 62 unanswered points. Ryan, who backed all the way over toward the control tower. Looks like there's a player on the high side, but he's one shot. Doesn't have the shields to fight with. And Uzi and the rest of Ascending Baseline just chastising Ascending Baseline at every given turn. Legion Gaming finally do eventually go 3 down, and maybe that's the opening that Ascending Baseline were looking for.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough when Uzi's got the sniper doing these kind of things? I don't think so. After all that work, and just getting the ball into goal, they only grabbed 5 points before going 3 down once again, and Legion Gaming just retaking position, control, and everything this map has to offer here. Legion Gaming looking to put this game back in their pocket.
Uzi does end up putting both players 1 shot. Common not trying to take advantage of some of the damage, but he just gets overwhelmed by bodies that Ascending Baseline send over towards him. What a well-placed grenade by Ryan Noob in order to stop Little Gators from escaping, but Suspector gets his. He's flying on in, turns that into a double kill, and this should be a great time for Ascending Baseline.
Yeah, are they going to be able to get back into this game here down by almost 65 points here? Definitely going to be a tall ask, like we said. 1 kill comes in, Tapping buttons make that 2. Going to be able to secure some more ball time here. Little 15-20 second chunk of time, but they're going to need this several more times.
Down by quite a bit, but everybody loves a great comeback, like Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, the McRib. Everybody loves a great comeback, and maybe Ascending Baseline can be the next one on the list, as Ryan Noob going right after Uzi, but his twin brother is quickly there for the cleanup. Super CC, not related to Ryan Noob, but still going to cover his back as well. 72-32 advantage for Legion Gaming.
Yeah, and you can see that was 4 dead for Legion Gaming momentarily again, but it is split spawns that come out. Cup 1 in A, 3 in C, and they were not expecting that. Spectre does grab the kill on a player who sat back towards C, and with some good damage and aggression coming in here on these players on long haul. With a minute left on the clock, Tony, this one actually is not over.
Ascending Baseline giving all they got. They are emptying the tank to try to make sure that they steal every last bit of ball time. And mind you, Tapping buttons on, but ball somewhat played here. Actually, Uzi going to grab a hold of it, make sure he gets every last bit of time himself. Just when Ascending Baseline looked like they were able to make a run, they go momentarily 3 down, and Legion Gaming the one scoring, and this is must break. Ascending Baseline, if you get wiped one more time, that is game over.
Yeah, if anyone goes down, it's game over, and even then, it still might be game over As only 5 points left to win, they do get a forced play ball towards bottom middle, and some great teamwork comes in as well to put 3 dead now for Legion Gaming. Still a lot of clock left, but Chris Common flies out of gold and does pick up the kill onto the ball guy, so he can't rotate away. It's going to leave bottom center in a very highly contested position with only 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, this ball's exactly what Legion Gaming wanted to be, and is in a baitable position where their nades and their attention can ultimately keep Ascending Baseline away from it. However, Ascending Baseline fight their way through it. They're the ones who put Legion Gaming immediately 2 down, but Uzi with the heads-up play, cutting off tapping buttons immediately and immediately throwing that ball off the map. Would have loved to get the final 5 seconds, or more importantly, he wants to deny time for Ascending Baseline. Less than 10 seconds. Can they get on the ball? Apparently, Ryan can.
So they can get on the ball, they can put 3 dead, but will they be able to hold this setup? They've had trouble holding setups all in game, and the pressure and aggression is coming in immediately. Tapping buttons, though, wins the first 1v1. That is huge. Gets a melee on a second player with 2 dead. The last 2 players are actually weak on the map. Zuzi reads the grapple back. You got Rhino or Super CC trying to rotate the ball best he can, but he's in a tough spot to try to get the ball to anyone with 3 dead. That's gonna do it. Legion Gaming taking game number 10.
Yeah, low key, that win by Zuzi kind of guaranteed the win right there. If Zuzi goes down, that player does have an opportunity to run down long haul, catch up to the ball player, get their shields back, and at least fight with them and give them a chance of winning it. Once Zuzi won that fight, that was it. The game is over. Like it literally guaranteed them that win right there. So big time play coming out of Zuzi for the 26th kill, which isn't the most in the lobby by far, but I will say definitely one of the more important kills in the entire lobby.
Yeah, definitely put the nail in the coffin there. Even if he had died, it was still going to be, a couple more breaks that they had to go, at least 2 more, I'd say, before before his lights out. So definitely just securing the win, putting another win on the board for Legion Gaming. They've got to feel good about that. Like we said, the cash grab portion is over, but it's all eyes forward and all eyes on Atlanta here at this point. We even saw some Team Slayers being incorporated. It's one of the first times we've seen here as well. And even taking a look at the damage. Once again, tapping buttons, 9,200, leading the squad. While it wasn't enough to pull him ahead in that game, Uzi and Common, actually, it's really been all players. Everyone's been showing off and doing a really kind of phenomenal job. Tapping button, probably the most consistent and biggest kind of overall games out of the 10 that have been played so far. But everybody taking their turn.
Yeah, I will say I've been very impressed with tapping buttons. That game may be a little bit quieter compared to some of his other games where it just kind of demanded attention from the actual observer. Like I felt like he was just making these crazy dynamic plays, even though that one maybe a little more sneakier with the damage. But definitely my MVP for this entire series. Tapping buttons again, showing why you go out there and you find talent across the world. And it's been multiple times that he's been sorted out. He's been scouted and brought over to what we call our North American competition, and rightfully so. I think he's incredible. Very fast player, great in the long range, great damage dealer. Also able to stay alive. Like I feel like he does everything right, and every team just needs a tapping buttons.
Yeah, very reliable player. He's just like always making good decisions and kind of always winning his pins. And, it's a lot easier said than done in those scenarios in a fast-paced environment as well. But as we start off our last and final game of the night, we had a 2v2 series take place. We saw Legion Gaming come out ahead. The Twins take that one. And then as we head into the series, it's been Ascending Baseline off to a great start to actually secure the full series here. But now it's been Legion Gaming doing their best to answer back and just make this a 1-game series.
Yeah, I think a win here. I mean, you kind of talked about it before, where like if you're competing, that last game just means so much. Like to go out on a win means everything. Like even if it's something baseline, win this scrim 6-5. Like the way things are going, it really feels like this would feel like even momentum on the side of Legion, even if they did lose the quote unquote lose the scrim by 1 game.
I mean, it's so hard to get off on a loss, right? I mean, how many extra games do you think have been played by the one more game. All right, last game, but then you lose it. You know, how many games do you think have been played with those words being said, but then you just can't get off because you lost? I mean, I've never lost, Tony, so I don't know in my last game. So I was asking you.
Well, as somebody who's a professional loser, let me tell you, it sucks. Okay, they say don't go to bed angry. You know, if you're married, and don't go to bed on a loss if you are a gamer.
The truer words, Tony, have never been spoken, let me tell you here. But as we said, we are in the last and final game. Well, at least for the team that wins, as we may see the losing team in Ranked Arena after this as well, searching for that win.
Enemy about to score.
Right now, it's Legion Gaming that currently have the lead as far as progression in the hill. 3 down, going sending baseline. Enough damage being put down so that player cannot push out the hill. And although they don't get the kill, the damage is what is king here. And sending baseline, maybe want to think about punching this hill, doesn't they have? And they're moving over to set up early over towards the yellow side of the map. The problem is that Legion Gaming, they'll kill your top mid, they'll kill your yellow. Right now, Legion Gaming are finding kills all over Vacancy.
Yeah, you can see here. Getting kills plus maintaining the pressure and aggression here. They're already maintaining the spawns back towards red, not getting any boots in the hill quite yet. But with a lead, they don't really have to do too much yet. And with the sniper coming up, they definitely don't want to lose any of these positions or risk flipping the map.
Yeah, it feels like they definitely have a strategy of, before we even step foot in this hill, we want to guarantee our first kill. We don't want to even let Ascending Baseline know where we are at before getting that first kill. And it's a good strategy. It doesn't work out in their favor because Ascending Baseline end up winning half of the kills there, so we see them take control. But I like the thought process.
Yeah, you're definitely kind of experimenting. I mean, when you're in the hill, it's definitely kind of easy to nade it sometimes from top center or towards red tower. You can definitely bounce some nades and get some early quick damage on the players that might initiate a really good push for a team. So you can see they're definitely trying to mitigate that kind of scenario. And like you said, definitely trying to play, not give away any intel here until they get their advantage.
So far, the Shock hasn't exactly found a home in a headshot, but body shots enough to trade out your life against a Brian noob. And Uzi going to do the same against tapping button. And Zuzi trying to get his shields back so they can ultimately continue to score. Almost done with their second hill. And Super CC, despite having the thrust, is not able to take down Uzi.
Yeah, Zuzi being a beast there, picking up 2 wins in a scenario where he should probably be dead already, and then makes himself a distraction for the third player. That's going to guarantee this hill for Legion Gaming. Now we're seeing a 2-0 lead and Ascending Baseline. It does seem a little bit like they've slowed down here slightly since the series, since they got their 6th win. But Legion Gaming, they're showing no signs of slowing down. If anything, they've picked it up.
Yeah, you know, and it's always gonna happen. You know, I think Ryan Noob is probably gonna celebrate his 52nd birthday this year. You know, you get tired. It's past his bedtime. You know, he might just be running out of gas at the moment. Meanwhile, Legion Gaming have an average age of 16 on their roster.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, with how expensive gas is nowadays, Tony, who can afford to even fill up at that point? But as you can see, though, they are going to get this next hill. They're kind of waiting, though. I think they're playing some extra kills and trying to milk some more time, which, considering that it's only the 2nd hill, it definitely, I mean, it's great to do, but you can just tell how serious they're taking it. This is tournament practice mode. They're not kind of goofing off at all.
And it's smart, too. It forces Ascending Baseline. Ascending Baseline want to set up green early, and they want to have a head start on the next hill. And Legion Gaming is saying, we're not going to allow you to do that. You have to push us. You have to put yourself out of position. Even if you get your kills, you still have to go back into your setup. And, of course, Legion Gaming would probably love to slay out, but it's a huge strategy. And 2-0 right now is the score. And if Legion Gaming honestly win one more hill, I'm calling game. Like, I know it's early, but if they win one more hill, I'm calling game.
I don't even know if it is early, though, Tony. We're under a minute and a half. It might be low scoring, but by no means early in this game. We're reaching the final minute of the game as Ascending Baseline still looking to get their first kill cap. But yeah, calling game, I don't think we're calling it too early. This is just looking scary here as a final game.
Half members ascending baseline go down, and it looks like that's 3/4 of the roster. As it looks like Legion Gaming, they're actually playing Slayer already. I thought they were going to try to go in for the 3-0, but at this point, what started off at like a minute and 38 seconds, look at where we're at right now. They're up 2-0 with a minute on the clock. Yeah, forget scoring. This is time now for Legion Gaming.
So I think part of the concept though is like when they got out of the first hill and didn't want to cap, or not the first hill, but like the second hill and didn't want to cap that immediately. There's the process of like, you know, you want to draw ascending baseline out of red base and make them contest a little bit, try to get an early pick so they can't get hill time immediately. But I think at the same time, when you're capping and getting that second lead, and now you have a two hill cap lead with a minute and a half left, like yeah, that they're probably already thinking about playing time. We just need to kill this hill guy and then keep the action kind of busy and mixy. And even if they get this hill, as long as it takes them more than a minute to cap it, like we're good, you know, heading into the next top mid hill.
Yeah, if I'm ascending baseline, the only thing I can think of is if you score this hill fast enough, like controlling red is big. Like I feel like if you're able to control, oh man, I was gonna say if you're able to control red, you can really set up and like run away with it. But it looks like I'm gonna say most likely that was maybe a little bit of a crash. I'm gonna say
15.
You think so?
Yeah, I think that was an FF at 15. I mean, you had like 30 seconds left and they're down by 2 hills and they just like died. Like they're accepting the same premise that we're all thinking or that they're thinking in the game. Or, you know, I'm thinking that in my head. I'd be surprised if it was not that. Even if it was a lag out, this is the time where you're like, all right, let's give them that win and we'll just go next.
Yeah, I'll say that. I feel like I mean it was so daggone close. It definitely could have been. It definitely could have been just hey, let's get out of here. Let's end it here. I'm gonna say it was a crash, and they say, you know what? There's no point of running this back. You guys take that win. We'll take the series win. I'm gonna go with that one. I could be wrong.
All right, let's bet on it and then find out.
Let's do a cash grab.
Let's do a cash grab. Everything on the line right now. Double or nothing.
Gwen?
You know, have you seen, what is it called? The Cash Cab, right? The Cash Cab. You ever seen that show?
Cash Cab? No.
You don't know the Cash Cab. Oh my God, the Cash Cab is awesome. There's a whole show where it's a cab driver, taxi cab game show. They ask questions and they always do a double or nothing at the end. You need to check it out. You're missing out.
At first, I thought you said cat cash, and I'm like, what the heck is that?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. No, it's like a cab taxi driver. It's a good show.
I'm gonna have to look it up. Apparently, Eli X knows exactly what you're talking. He says it's a throwback, and he says he actually used to watch it. Okay.
Classic.
And but guys, that was your straight ripping pro scrim night, and I will say, out of all the ones that we've done some fantastic matchups. There has not been one more competitive than what we saw right there. That was 6-5. That was so many overtime situations, so many round 3 oddballs. So it was so tightly contested. That was absolutely fantastic. So definitely give everybody some love, a shout out. Drop them some follows on Twitch, on Twitter, who put on a show like that for Legion Gaming Ascending Baseline. At the same breath, give some love to Straight Rippin for picking this matchup, by the way, and getting us in, and also, of course, putting some money in their pockets and bringing me and Elamite along. That was absolutely fantastic, and I think it's going to continue to get better and better. I feel like, we've already done a few of these already, so I feel like already getting a good flow. Me and Elamite now, we worked together a little bit in the past, but this is probably the most me and Elamite have worked together, and I think even we're getting better as far as on the casting side. If you guys have any tips or any comments, please let us know, because we want to continue to grow this and get better. This is for the community, by the community. So definitely let us know what you guys think, and make sure you drop in follows, and you're here every single week. Tuesday is the new Friday. I don't give a damn about Friday no more. Give me Tuesday all day. I'm happy for Saturday because it's just that much closer to Tuesday from now on. And I'm sorry, I'm just going on a rant. Oh, well, it looks like we're going to keep going for just a little bit here. But in the meantime, Cal, how have you been feeling so far about specifically about the Stray Rippin Halo Scrim Nights?
I mean, most excellent, right? We got it started in a big way with the Shopify Luminon and type of grand finals rematch approaches, and definitely gave us a lot of information and intel, and I think a lot of value to the teams themselves, which allowed them to perform so well in the online qualifiers, and I think why we saw a lot of success from Luminon as well. The way they're able to turn around some of those games, kind of rewatch the VOD, of course, a team that does that. But it's also really cool to see some of the other side of the community. So you've got like the grand finals type community, but now we're looking at the battle of the dark horse, as we kind of led into this as well. These are the two teams. I think if you see anyone in your predicted top four fall short of their top four, it's probably because one of these teams is coming out and really making some noise, either messing up the bracket or actually taking down one of the super powerful teams here.
And mind you guys, we might want to go anywhere. We're actually trying to see if maybe we can have some words with one of the players actually before they hop off for the night. So might want to hang around a little bit and hang out in the chat. So far, I see a bunch of legends in the chat. By the way, love you all, Eli, Angel. I believe that's Jen. I saw Alex in here earlier. Gwen's here as well. Zuzi dropped in and said the GGs. Love him and Uzi. Like, I've known them for a little while now. I think I even got the chance to play a little bit of matchmaking with them. Got the chance to see them at like this Orlando land, which is like a lot more of a local land than like a bigger land, and just to see their growth has just been absolutely incredible. I know they didn't quote unquote win the swim, but I will say that I'm very proud of those two because when I think of players with just a good head on their shoulders, very kind, hardworking, intelligent. I think of players like Uzi and Zuzi, and of course many, even like the Suspector on the other side, Super CC. I think I always try to say that if you're going to inspire to be a pro, for you guys at home and whatnot that are the top amateurs trying to make that next step in your career, try to take it as serious as possible and try to not only be a professional in game but also out of game. Like do like walk like a Kyle, for example, walk like a snake bite, walk like a lucid, like walk as an ambassador of the game, as opposed to being a mean jerk.
Yeah, wow. Well said, Tony. Well said. And I couldn't agree more, especially in the atmosphere and environment we come from at times and how things have been over for a few, or things have been going on for a few years. You can either get sucked up into all the drama, or you can like look forward, focus on your own life and your own momentum and your own goals. You don't have to live around everyone else's. Like, the more you focus on yourself, the better off you are. Don't get caught up in the nonsense for sure.
And yeah, still trying to figure out exactly. But I think we're actually almost at the point where. Oh, actually, it looks like we actually are. We were trying to get a player in, and it looks like we actually are. I'm not. I'm not gonna spoil who it is just yet, but it looks like they may be ready. Kyle, take it away.
Oh, well, I think we are joined by the one, the only, one of the most legendary mans. We had some listen ins and heard definitely some great call outs and some spicy ones as well. Ryan, how you doing today?
Hey, doing good. What's up, guys?
Good, good. Well, you came away with the scrim. Obviously, we talked about the importance of winning the last game of the scrim, which obviously wasn't this one, but you guys came away with the cash grab portion and won the important aspect of it. How is it matching up against like this new team with like some of more unknown players, and kind of like where you see like their potential and what they can do?
Oh yeah, I love these guys. These guys are, I think, my favorite team to watch right now. If you're a fan of top amateur teams, I think that's where like the most interesting things happen in the scene. Is like who gets top 8, who gets top 6, who gets the event funding, and this is the team to watch. They're mostly filled up with players that were on the come up, and then they've got Common as well, who's been able to lead them and push them in the right direction. So it's so much fun watching them play. So much fun playing against them because they do so many like cool things in the game that other teams just aren't doing it. And it's just like all that they're missing right now is their experience because like their playstyle is really good. They're really good individually, and then all they're missing is that final piece of the puzzle is just playing more, playing together more.
right now. It's
You
definitely
mentioned.
go ahead, Tony.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to pick up on that because you mentioned Common specifically. I was going to say, you actually teamed with Common not too long ago with that Genji roster. What does Common actually bring to the table, and what do you think he's bringing to that young Legion gaming roster?
Yeah, so I when I typically comment, I laid out like he was one of the ones that was able to listen and implement what I was talking about most of the time, like the most on the team. And I think he's an old veteran. He's able to not only listen to me whenever I was on the team, but also relay that information to these new guys. I see so many of my strategies that they're just implementing like for, like right away, when they started teaming and like and they've gotten so good at it. It's really cool to see the basic fundamentals that I was trying to instill in that Gen G roster come in, a year later with the whole team now with players who are, on the come up.
And talking about your team too, Ryan. Like, so what? How is it coming back with Suspector and some like the early Infinite kind of teams and rosters that you had, as well as like teaming with somebody like Tapping? Or talk to me a little bit more about your team now.
Yeah, the team now, I mean, we kind of just we're like, hey guys, you want to play? And then we decided to play. I mean, this is so much different from all the other teams that I've been on who we're like stressing to figure out who's gonna play with who and like, are we actually gonna sign a contract? This team's just chilling. Like, hey guys, you guys want to play tonight? You guys want to play tomorrow night? All good. Like, if not, like, so it's so much more relaxing. So like, I gotta say, the first 3 years of Infinite, I mean, uh we were supported well, so like it made sense that I was stressed because I wanted to win, I wanted to do better, and I wanted to
Hmm.
continue growing. But this season, it's more so like we're chilling a little bit. At the same time, like we still want to win, so we're trying hard, but we're not scrimming every day, going over film every day, yelling at each other every day. It's just mostly like laughing at myself about how bad I am right now because I can't win a 1v1, and we're still doing okay in these games. But I mean, we've got some amazing players, amazing like people on this team that are just fun to play with.
You guys look very strong in this game, but I'm sure there's probably some areas of opportunity as well. If you don't mind, make a little compliment sandwich for me. Like, what's one thing that you did well that you love with your team, and maybe what's one maybe a small area of opportunity that you guys maybe want to work on before Atlanta.
Oh shit, dude! I haven't thought that deep into it, to be honest. Like, so I would say that the big thing that we've been focusing on is just everyone's been playing this game for so long that like if I'm trying, like I'm not trying to implement any like new strategies to the players because they've got their own way of playing and they're really good at it. And trying to change up people's playstyles this late into the game is just gonna make them not play as good. So I'm just letting Jose go around killing everyone. I'm letting Suspector set up everything, and Chase do whatever he does. Like, he's just a really solid player. And these players are doing what they do, and I'm trying to fit myself into what they're doing rather than trying to get everyone to play around my gameplay.
Well, I was definitely really excited to see how you guys do. I think I was kind of predict or saying it to start the series. You guys and Legion, coincidentally, are the two teams where I feel like are going to be the ones with the potential to disrupt, the status quo or of the current kind of standing teams. Both the success you guys had in the past, as well as the potential chemistry you guys can put together. I think you can definitely, you know, make major strides here as well. Um, what else is the lead up here for Atlanta look like too? You guys have been slacking before, but I mean, with this potential, you guys see yourself locking in here and kind of grinding out to Atlanta.
Yeah, so before Atlanta, like the past while, I was on vacation, and it was a mix of like it's far out from the event. I've got other things I have to do, so I was focusing on those other things. But for the next week, like I just got back Saturday, Sunday, so we're scrimming most days going up into the tournament. We're gonna try hard these next like week and a half, see and see how hard we can press ourselves into figuring out what we want to do on the map. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we already took up 3 hours of your time already here, so we're not gonna take up too much more of your time. Hey, you know what? How about final question here? It's real simple. Anybody you want to shout out? Anybody want to shout out here on the broadcast? We got a few hundred people watching right now.
No, I mean, friends, family, like just much love to them. But no, for the community, to be honest, like having Straight Rip and host this and streaming to a bunch of people, these people still coming out. What is this, year 5? Supporting Halo, trying to keep it going until the next game. So it's much love to those people. To be honest, those are the people that really love Halo and are gonna push it to what it needs to push it over the line. Basically, get us to the finish line of the new game.
Love that. Well, again, thank you so much for allowing us to be in your lobby and watch the scrim. Thank you for putting on a great show, and of course, we'll see you at Atlanta very soon.
Hell yeah, man.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard from Ryan Noob himself and whatnot. And I will say, I love the approach to this year. What this is, and Elam, I think you've been kind of mentioning this like week after week. This is the passion. Like this is like people are coming in, you're just showing your passion and you're really setting up for whatever's coming up next. And I feel like even Ryan was kind of really embracing that this year. And hey, I mean, it's working. That's a great win. It's a very good ascending baseline roster that's going to continue to get better and better. And I'm very happy we got them in on a straight ripping pro scrim night. And guys, well, I ain't gonna let you know who we have planned for next week, but I will say we're gonna keep doing this week after week. So make sure you guys keep coming. Make sure that follow bell is hit and a little what is it? Little bell that actually gives you notifications is turned on because you're not gonna want to miss any bit of this. I've been loving doing it. Kyle, do you have any final words for the people at home?
Well, big shout out to the players, of course, for, like you said, letting us in. Congratulations to Ryan Noob and crew for putting on, a fantastic showing, coming away with that win. Big shout out for Legion and the rest of the guys for keeping the scrim growing and keeping the practice and keeping their minds on the goal. Like half the time, it's how bad these people wanted. So I hope both of these teams, are going into Atlanta with the utmost confidence. They're playing with the confidence here in these scrims, which I love to see. You can tell. Just make sure you keep that when you hit land because, like I said before, you can be your master of your own universe here. And it all starts with the dream because who would ever have thought I don't think any of us as pro players ever thought like, oh yeah, I'm going to be a pro player and I'm going to be the best. It's like a dream and you never even gone to an event. You're watching at home. So, it all starts there. So definitely just big shout out to them. And then, of course, shout out to everyone at home. Watch it.
Shout out to you guys at home. And until next time, catch you later. Straight ripping out.
Peace out.